Hello, and welcome back to Genshin Impact. It's gonna be a little bit of a chill stream today. I hope you are having a great day, evening, morning, wherever you are. I certainly have. I've been spending a little bit of time in Genshin today. As you probably know, or maybe know, there is a new update out, which I will have absolutely nothing to do because I'm still catching up on very, very old content at this point. Namely Inazuma is where I'm still at, and I want to continue that. I actually want to, continue with those quests. There are a couple of other quests though that I also want to do. I did a bunch of stuff today already off stream. Namely, doing weeklies, spending my resin and whatnot. One thing that I actually realized, which I'm not entirely sure if they've changed that, and I hope they have, because I think it was different at some point, is that the weeklies now actually still count. So everything that I did, which is, I still find that weird, and Genshin has always done that, as far as I know. So the old battle pass and everything ended on Sunday, basically. And there wasn't a new one on Monday. Instead, it happened today, right? With the update, everything sort of started again. And now we have a whole bunch of new stuff and events and whatnot. And for some reason, there are like 2 days where they just don't really do anything. Honestly, I'm not necessarily against that, right? Because that if you very, very frequently play the game, it might give you 2 days to just relax and not having to do, I don't know, some event or something else. I do remember though, or I'm not 100% sure on that, but I seem to remember that, well, they've definitely always done it this way, but the issue was that you have weekly missions for your battle pass, right? And I think not all of them actually counted when the battle pass still wasn't there. And they seem to have changed that. Or maybe I just didn't really pay attention to that, but I seem to remember that that was a problem at some point. Anyways, everything that I did on Monday and Tuesday still counted for the weekly thing, which makes me even more confused why they just don't start the new battle pass. I mean, obviously, yes, the update and whatnot came out today, but the battle pass has nothing to do with that, right? That's just your usual standard battle pass. I don't think they've ever really changed anything about that one, to be honest. So, yeah, not entirely certain what's up with that, to be honest. Anyways, though, that does not have to be our concern. I actually want to continue with missions because I still have a whole lot of quests to do. Now, one thing that I wanted to do is this one here. Snowy Silhouette Reunion. The encampment at the Dragonspine Foothills has a new guest. I think this is actually the continuation of the whole father search quest thing, which I'm still somewhat confused why that doesn't actually count for the, what's it called? The reputation in Mondstadt. Not that it matters, because that's already leveled up, but I'm not entirely sure why the reputation stuff in Mondstadt counted all of the quests that I did here in Dragonspine.
Time to move on. We shouldn't stay here.
But apparently this whole quest situation counts as like a quest line. That's only one quest. I don't really know. Whatever. Who is this guy? I guess that's the father. So he finally showed up. Oh, you're here. Allow me to introduce Joseph. That's still a really, really weird name. Joel's father. Dad, this is that traveler I was telling you about. The travelers helped me out loads in the past, and this time we even built a snowman together, we did. Joel has told me everything about you. I can't thank you enough. Yeah, why the fuck were you gone for God knows who long? What the hell? Glad you finally reunited. This is amazing. Not bad, Palette. Not bad at all. You did great work this time. This time? Did something happen the last time? You remember the person I said I found the last time on Dragonspine, right? After you accompanied me up the mountain and helped me to defeat those monsters, I continued searching the area. During my search, I accidentally tripped and rolled my way down the mountain. Rolled. Thankfully, the snow was very thick below. I wasn't hurt, and I was just getting ready to head back when I heard noises at the side, and then someone just popped out of nowhere. I didn't realize that this was the person I was looking for at first. In fact, I mistook him for a fellow adventurer in the search party. But after a few words of conversation, it was clear that he was having memory problems. He didn't even know his own name. The temperature was freezing, and there was no time to deal with all that there and then, so I convinced him to come back to the camp with me and figure everything else out after we got there. We got back to the camp, ran into Joel, and the moment he saw him, he froze for a second with this completely stunned expression on his face, and then he started crying out, "Dad, Dad." That's when Joseph suddenly started to remember. Oh, so he had amnesia because of a fall or something. Well, that makes sense then, that he basically didn't really return because he didn't know. Okay, that makes more sense. Daddy's right here, Joel. Daddy's right here. Joseph, don't you remember anything at all? The boar princes feeding the foxes? I'm sorry, I have no recollection. Maybe it's because of the head trauma, I'm not sure. I woke up and found myself covered in blood. My things were gone, and there was nothing to indicate who I was or how I got there. I crawled into a cave and settled in for a slow recovery. After my legs and feet were a little better, my hunting skills were what kept me alive. Dad, I was so worried about you. I'm all right now, Joel. Don't cry. Daddy's not going anywhere. I'm here to stay. Well, hopefully you are. So what's the plan now? I just want to stay with my family for a while longer. It's wonderful that you were able to return safe and sound. I suppose there's our happy ending now. That said, Pallet, you've still got some way to go before your adventuring skills are up to scratch. I mean, losing your footing and rolling down the mountain like that? We're having some remedial classes with me once we get back to the guild, I say. Huh? But Cyrus, I think I kind of made up for my mistakes this time, you know? No buts. Back to the guild we go. Guildmaster, please. Alright. So I guess that's this whole quest finally done. I remember you. How I've been doing lately. I've been fine. Thanks for your concern. That said, my memory is still somewhat foggy. I wonder when it'll all come back to me. Joel's been trying very hard to help me recover those memories. When I look at him, I just think that there's more I could be doing as well. He's happy just having you back, yeah. That's true, and I'd be happy accompanying him to do anything, so long as it makes him happy. I agreed to go build a fox snowman with him. I'm not sure why, but it gives me this warm and familiar feeling. Probably because you have done that in the past. Still, Dragonspine is a very dangerous place. I'll make sure to keep an eye on Joel while we're here. Well, that's very, very good then. Let me see. Maybe there's still some follow-up quest to this, after all. There might be. That's my reputation. Yeah, that's still another quest for some reason, so I have no freaking idea what's going on there. Okay, a couple of these are also in Inazuma. I just wanted to do this because it seems like it sort of continues sometimes, right? So, go to Konda Village and find out what happened. Do I want to continue with this? I guess so, right? Also, I'm not entirely sure what that new reputation quest there at the top means. I know that I can still do reputation quests this week, but I wanted to eventually, because I realized, or I saw rather, that I might be able to do them here. So wait, let me actually take a look. Because I think last time I talked to this guy, they didn't really respond. So maybe it refers to this. Got yourself. Very busy. Feel free to ask your respective. Okay, so I think I still can't really do reputation quests here. Then the problem or the thing at the top probably just refers to the fact that I can still do reputation quests this week, which I'll be doing in Liyue then, because I want to complete that, obviously. I also still want to go up to this shrine, though. But let's just continue with the main quest for now. Maybe I can finish up...
Where's the person Ayaka told us about?
Maybe I can finish up sort of the side quests in this area once I've done the main quest.
Why are you doing this? Why leave all of a sudden, after all these years?
Precisely. It's much too sudden. We've had no time to prepare.
Prepare for what?
The children are desperate for you to take them out to play. Please, we urge you to reconsider.
Who's this guy?
That must be the guy Ayaka told us about. Let's go over and see.
She did? Wait, what? So the last thing I did was I met that woman behind the wall in that tea room thing. And she told us about a problem, I think. Let's see. Meaning of meaningless waiting. Wait, let me double check on that. I'm actually not entirely sure what I did. I wish that the quests would actually show you, like, more stuff. Three wishes. Yeah, that's what I did last time. Kamisato Estate, and then, please forgive me, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, she was, like, behind the paper screen, right? So she kind of wants to go against that Vision Hunt decree. Oh, right. And then, so she promised to introduce us to the Raiden Shogun, but she wanted us to fulfill three wishes for 3 people who lost their visions. Right. Now I remember. A warrior who guards a village, a former samurai who helped carry out the Vision Hunt decree, and a swordmaster determined to become the best in the world. Okay, I guess this person must be one of them.
You must also be here to try and convince Tejima to stay.
Sure, I'm just some random traveler though, but of course.
Tejima has protected this place ever since he arrived here 30 years ago.
That's a long time.
Keeping out the treasure hoarders, fending off any monsters that draw near, resolving quarrels between the villagers. He has put an enormous amount of work into looking after this place, and we all think the world of him.
How the fuck are people like the treasure hoarders even able to operate in this place? Right? They have this Vision Hunt decree. They are very isolated as a nation, or as these islands. And yet there are treasure hoarders here. How exactly does that work?
But now, all of a sudden, he says he plans to leave us. We can't help but wonder, was it something we did?
Did you not explain why?
We will gladly apologize if that's the case. All we want is for him to stay.
He probably wants to, I don't know, go out, see the world, or still do something with his life, right? So why the change?
If you want my opinion, something to do with the Vision Hunt decree. It's clear that Tejima had done nothing wrong, and still they confiscated his vision. After that, he became a completely different person.
Well, I mean, the decree just means that they're taking away all the visions, right? They don't really have a specific reason for that. I mean, they have obviously a specific reason for that, but I mean, they're not following through with that hunt decree because the people have done something wrong. They, for some reason, just want to have these visions.
I can't claim to fully understand it, but I could tell that he'd lost something very important to him. He went off on a walk, alone, circled the village a few times, and then out of the blue, he announced that he was going to leave and become a wanderer.
Might have lost the ambitions he had together with the vision, or he wants to find out why the fuck that happened.
Truth be told, we aren't sure whether trying to keep him here is the right thing to do. But equally, it doesn't feel right to let him leave when he's in this state. He's a lost soul.
Seems like he's a well-respected guy around here.
Alright, Mr. Tejima, what the hell's going on with you?
You must be Tejima. So what's made you want to up and leave all of a sudden?
Me? It's not a question of why I want to leave, but a question of what reason I would have to stay.
I mean, you've lived here for a long time.
True, but that's not why I chose to stay here.
Why did you then?
And what made me want to come here 30 years ago? And why have I never wanted to leave in all that time?
How do visions actually work? I mean, so far we've ever... This seems to be a pretty drastic character change, if you will, right? So I'm wondering, I thought that visions more or less just enable things that are already part of a person, right, so far. So I kind of thought that they were just sort of like a focus, right? Something that enhances your abilities that you innately possess. Which is why, you know, I mean, people keep saying, yeah, the gods choose people with their vision. And obviously this world does have a number of gods, right, that actually exist and even dwell among the people and potentially grant these visions. Though, have we ever really seen that? I don't know. But yeah, so far I've always assumed that they're more of a... like a focus, right? Or a magnifying glass for abilities that have already been there. So now the question is, if he has such a drastic character change, is that because the visions do something else and fundamentally change the people they're given to? Or is it just that if you get one, you kind of tend to possibly, you know, put your more and more of yourself into the vision, so it itself becomes more than just this focus or a magnifying glass, right? And then when it gets taken away, it's as if part of your emotions or a part of your abilities get taken away because you've slowly transferred those into the vision as well.
I don't have answers to those questions because I can't remember anymore. Ever since they took my vision away, it's like a slice of my memory is gone. In the past, I knew I wanted to stay here. But whatever resolve I had then, it's gone now. So I thought, what's to stop me from moving around instead? The emptiness inside me will be there either way.
Okay. Well, in that case, if we help you rediscover the reason you chose to stay, you won't need to leave anymore, right?
Probably, yeah. That's good thinking.
But if you can't remember anything, it's not gonna be easy. Oh, maybe if you just try a little harder to remember, then it'll all come flooding back?
Sure, that's how that works. Kind of wondering why Ayaka knows about these things, honestly.
Oh, that reminds me. Last time I brought Tejima some fruit, I do believe I saw him writing in a diary.
Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. What the fuck? Well, the diary would certainly help.
I keep a diary? If you say so. I honestly can't seem to remember.
Wow. That's a lot of memory loss, though. I wonder if that's only related to the vision.
Oh, yes, you do. And what's more, I remember you saying at the time that you wanted to make a note of a few interesting things. Things which would prove very important at a later date.
It seems very specific.
Perfect! So if we want to keep Tejima from leaving, we just need to find his diary. It must be around here somewhere. Let's take a look.
If you don't mind, we will leave you to find the diary. We should head back to the village to inform the others of Tejima's situation.
Find the clues to Tejima's memory.
I'll be as great as Ryuji.
Log. It certainly won't just be the book that's lying here, right?
This looks like Tejima's diary, all right.
Seriously?
Let's see what we have here.
It's just lying right beside the entrance to his house?
Today, the villagers and I got together to cook dry braised salted fish. I messed up and burned mine a little, so I had to pretend that it was black snakehead instead. Today, I helped rescue a kid who had fallen in the water. After I pulled him out, he told me that his best friend Bamboo was still in the water. I searched the water the whole afternoon before finding out that Bamboo was the name of his pet crab.
Oh boy.
I went kite flying today. The string broke, so I chased after it as fast as I could. I soon realized I was never going to get it back, so I just found somewhere to sit and watch as it flew away into the distance. Seems like your average diary of daily village life.
Yeah, kinda, right?
Huh? Wait, there's more! I went to pray at the shrine again today and stayed there a while. The Omamori you gave me has faded a little, but it is still my most treasured possession.
Mamori?
Now that's the kind of info we're looking for. Time to pay a visit to the shrine.
Should I know what an Omamori is? Omamori?
One day I'll be as great as...
Can I grab the bird eggs real quick? I need them for a dish. I don't really understand where this is going yet. Let's see.
So this is the Omamori Tejima wrote about.
That...
Interesting.
okay. Some sort of
Looking
amulet.
at the color and the design, Paimon would have thought it belonged to a child.
How would this be related to his vision, though?
But anyway, if he had this with him all the time, there's a chance some of his elemental energy remained on it. Do you think that it might come in handy?
Use elemental sight to find clues in the diary? Why in the diary? What?
that Tejima visited a lot?
Seems a bit convenient? What, so he just forgot his amulet at the shrine, and then we use that to track down a secret stash of his? It's kind of a weird,
looks like it's been disturbed.
convenient way, I don't know.
Tejima buried something precious here. Something that kept him in the village all these years? Must be something pretty amazing if it made him stick around for 30 years. Let's dig it up and take a look. It looks like a letter. The paper's gone yellow. Must have been written a really long time ago.
Why would this be here? And why would it be somewhat freshly buried? Does that mean he realized he would lose memories when he lost his vision, and before they took it away from him, he buried his most treasured possession? How would that make sense, though? It's not like anybody would try to take it away, right? Unless this would have been part of it?
Konda Village. Sounds so familiar. Where is that place again?
Yeah, that's where we are. If we become separated during war, go wait for me in Konda Village. There'll be a safe home for us there. Alright, so this is an old letter, meaning that he probably was in some sort of war at some point. Does that refer to the war between the two? Because there are like two... I think I read about that a couple of times last time. There are like two... Well, there are two islands here, right? And they both, I think they follow basically a different god, right? And now the gods are sort of... They're not working against each other anymore, but they were in the past. There was like a war going on. I wonder if it's referring to that.
Huh. So the reason Tejima came here was to wait for someone.
It looks like...
But he's been here for 30 years! Oh, guess they didn't show up in the end, huh?
Would you really stick around in a village for 30 years just in the vague off chance that somebody might still appear? I don't know.
Let's go give Tejima his stuff back and take it from there.
I really don't understand why the hell this was buried here in the first place. It seems a bit contrived, doesn't it? Wait, where the hell did he go? Oh, there he is. How the fuck did I not notice that?
Well, I'll be. That's certainly my handwriting. And I guess the Omamorian letter belonged to me too.
Sometimes it's a bit strange how they present this stuff, because, well, I get that we're the main character, right? So all of these stories happen when we arrive, basically. But it sounded as if, I mean, this Vision Hunter degree has now been in effect for a while. I mean, they literally already built a statue, a pretty big one, out of the visions that they acquired, right? So the whole thing with him leaving, I don't know. It's just, maybe it's just part of the gameplay that they present these artifacts and whatnot fairly openly, but it's still all a little bit, like his diary is just lying right next to his house, and then the only small shrine in town that is literally like 20 meters away has his like amulet right next to it, and then there's like a freshly buried pile of earth and the backside of his house. Like, how would you not? How would nobody see that?
But I have no memory of anything that's written in this diary.
Also, did he literally lose all his memories? He still does seem to know these people, right?
Still, it's clear that I was waiting for someone here, and that I chose to wait for 30 years.
That's a long time to wait for somebody. I mean, it depends, right? Especially after war, there have been people that waited for a very, very, very long time. And then again, in those cases, mostly people also do still receive letters, right? At least. And even then, after like 10 years, you'd probably realize, hey, nobody's coming.
Over the years, I must have made a note of anything interesting. Anything that I could share with her when we were finally reunited. And just look at all the things that did happen over the years. The time has flown by so quickly. 30 years feels like the blink of an eye. How could I have forgotten something so important to me? Now that I think about it, when my vision was taken from me, it felt like I'd suddenly been hollowed out.
That's a strange effect indeed, isn't it?
Love, regret, everything I felt for her, it's all disappeared.
What is that? Clearly he's sad about that. What the fuck's that question?
Not especially.
I guess not. Well, I mean, sad is like sad in the sense that he, isn't really connected that closely anymore, I guess, right?
After all, I've forgotten who she was. Her face, her voice, the things we experienced together. I barely recall any of it. It's as if she'd never been in my life to begin with. As if all these years have been nothing but a hazy dream.
So you still plan on leaving?
I think maybe not. If this is something I waited most of my life for, I suppose I should carry on waiting.
That doesn't make sense. What? If it's been 30 years, clearly she's not coming. What a weird decision. That doesn't make any sort of sense. Right? I mean, yeah, maybe now he knows why he chose to stay in the first place, but...
Although, what if she were to turn up eventually, only to find I didn't remember so much as her name? Wouldn't that be upsetting for her?
Well, not when she learns that you lost your vision and it's due to that.
When I think about it like that, I do feel a slight tinge of sadness in my heart. How curious. Why am I thinking like this when I don't even remember who she is? It's just like that feeling of emptiness. The feeling that something is missing.
Well, I mean, even if you don't remember somebody anymore, the knowledge that you kind of should can still make you sad, right? I mean, that still makes a whole lot of sense, honestly. His decisions are just strange.
Thank you both for helping me reconnect with my reason for staying here.
I don't feel like we've done that at all.
I shall remain here and keep waiting for her.
Okay.
Tejima seems to be dealing okay, but still, it makes Paimon really sad.
Losing a reason to feel sad is maybe the saddest thing of all.
Seems
Sure.
it's just like Ayaka and Tomo were saying. If you lose your vision, you lose all your hopes and dreams too.
Well, it was more like he lost all his memories, right? That's, I mean, hopes and dreams are more a, what's the word? Well, they're secondary to that, right? Obviously, if you don't remember why you were doing something in the first place, you can't be having any sort of dreams of what to accomplish next, right? I mean, it's not really the hopes and dreams he lost, but his memories.
That certainly explains the state Tejima was in earlier.
And still is.
At least we were able to help him, weren't we?
I'm not so sure about that, honestly.
Well, let's go find the next person. According to Miss Kamisato, the second one who lost their vision is a samurai from the Tenryou Commission.
Okay. Alright, that was... I don't understand what this quest was supposed to be at all. So there's like a person, right? And he's in a village. And he's been waiting here for 30 years, right? Like, nothing was explained here. Why was that letter buried behind his house? Why would you bury something like that? And then, like,
Onwards. We have
was I
work to do.
misremembering that? Didn't Paimon say that it looked like the earth pile? I mean, clearly he didn't bury that 30 years ago. That would be impossible to find. So he buried it recently for some weird reason. That wasn't explained at all. Why did he bury it recently? And then his whole reason for suddenly leaving, I understood. But why would he then suddenly stay now? Nothing's changed. He still doesn't know anything. He doesn't have his memories back. And just knowing that there is a person that you don't remember anymore, that you've been waiting for 30 years, that wouldn't make me stay, at least. I mean, if you don't know, like, wouldn't you still try to... I mean, the whole reason for why he wanted to go was because he couldn't remember the reason to stay, but now the only thing that he really knows is that the reason he stayed is something that he still doesn't know, right? I mean, I could have told him that without finding the letter. Clearly there was a reason why he stayed here, and he doesn't know that reason anymore. And now he knows, well, it's a person, but beyond that, he still doesn't remember. I feel like that whole quest really didn't make that much sense, to be honest. It felt like he was missing, like...
It's time to move on.
It felt like
We shouldn't stay here.
It was missing half its steps, basically. Also, I just remembered that I'm usually running around with main Char here because of him now being electro aspected. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't necessarily mind the quest in general. I mean, it seems to... I think it's supposed to show... Well, mainly the reason for the quest in the first place is just to show us what visions can entail, right? But I felt like it was really poorly done. Like, alright, you know, we need to show the player why visions might be missing, or what visions can do to a person if they're suddenly missing, yet the reason for how we got to know that was really weird. I mean, they literally could have just told us, oh yeah, there's a... or shown us, right? I mean, why do the whole contrived sort of, oh, make him stay bit? I mean, we could have literally just... It would have been fine to just show us the character, show us that they are clearly struggling a lot with having lost their vision, and like it would have been enough to bring the point across to show us how much he's struggling after having lost his vision. There was no reason to also put in something else that didn't make sense at all. Don't know, that was rather strange, to be honest. Well, I'm running out of new stories to tell Koichi. Kind of new story. It's a new story told by Uncle Ramsay. He said he's been to many countries and seen many interesting things. In order to record these things, he wrote something called the travelogue. He showed me a lot of his travelogues. For example, there's a kind of iron carriage that flies in the sky in Fontaine. When are we going there? That sounds pretty cool. It runs along an invisible road. It takes no time to travel from one end of the village to the other. There is a special kind of grass in Sumeru which can be planted anywhere. It can be planted in soil, water, or sand. Once it's planted, it will sprout and grow. And there is a kind of boat that can stay at the bottom of the sea for a long time. By riding in that boat, people can go to the deep sea to do all kinds of things and see all kinds of fish. Did he tell you about Shnesnaya? Shnesnaya? Well, I don't think so. Well, that's not the point. Recently, Uncle Ramsay stopped sending me his travelogue for some reason, so I'm running out of stories to tell Koichi. I know that Uncle Ramsay has been staying at the Komori tea house. I wanted to go find him, but the gatekeeper, Sister Kozue, wouldn't let me in because I'm a kid. You look old enough. Can you help me ask Uncle Ramsay what happened to those travelogues? I'm not that old. Anyway, you look like a reliable person. Please help me. All right. Oh, are you also interested in reading those travelogues? No problem. Just give them to me when you're finished. I'll go with you. Although I can't get in, I can wait for you near the tea house. I'm so looking forward to reading Uncle Ramsay's new travelogue. All right. International travelogue.
They say the Tenryou Commission is directly controlled by the Shogun. They're the ones responsible for maintaining law and order in Inazuma. The ones actually enforcing the Vision Hunt decree.
Wait, what was the other commission's name? The one that we are currently basically working for? Honestly, that whole thing is still... There are still some questions attached to that as well. So we have these 3 commissions that we've heard about. And we've also seen and heard that they're clearly not always working together, but sometimes rather against each other. But in general, this is still one nation, right? I guess the idea is that it's... I mean, wasn't that basically in is it even feudal Japan? I always say that, but... Well, definitely in Japan's history, there have been, I think, multiple times where they had technically one ruler, right? Yet the individual regions still basically ruled themselves, right? And I think you can kind of think of this situation like that, right? Where they, I think more or less, they do have a ruler, they're technically one nation, but they also have these individual commissions that kind of work for themselves, and therefore always, or sometimes, work against each other rather than together, right?
But why would they take action against one of their own? Paimon doesn't get it. Huh? There seems to be some commotion over there. Let's go see what's happening.
Oh, great. We suddenly run across the person we're basically talking about. No, but yeah, that is certainly strange. I mean, well, we still know absolutely nothing and have gotten absolutely no hints as to what they might be doing with the visions or why they came up with this rule in the first place.
I'll ask one more time. Do you intend to withhold this month's emergency provisions?
The entire clan is counting on that food. We demand an explanation. How many times do I have to say it? I don't know anything about emergency provisions.
You dare deceive us? Those provisions are essential. Do you understand? Not some goods to be pocketed by greedy samurai.
Why emergency, though?
You samurai think you can just do whatever you please? The Tenryou Commission will hear of this.
Like emergency food, so Paimon?
Oh, huh? And who are you? One of Kurosawa's gang, no doubt.
What gang? What?
What? We just happened to be
I see. You seem to have come just at the right time. Perhaps you can help us settle this matter.
Alright. Very unusual for a person to say that, but sure.
This is Kurosawa. He's a samurai and a member of the Shogun's army. They issue emergency provisions to the area, and he's the one responsible for distribution.
Why do they issue emergency provisions, though? Is there something going on that would warrant that?
In the past, we'd simply ask him for provisions and everything would be delivered. Now, he suddenly refuses to give us anything.
Yeah, probably because he doesn't remember either. But why exactly are these emergency provisions even a thing? What kind of emergency?
He's keeping the provisions for himself, I just know it. We'll starve without them.
No one seems to care about us. We used to think Kurosawa was a kind man, but he's shown his true colors. He's the same as all the other samurai. It's no wonder all the visions have been confiscated. The Raiden Shogun doesn't need people like him helping her rule the nation.
What? If you wanted to... What? Why would... If the Shogun was not satisfied with his work, or with him being a samurai, wouldn't they just demote him or something? Why take away his vision and then still employ him? That's another one of these strange logical leaps.
This must be one of the people Ayaka asked us to help. But why would she ever want us to help someone like him? Maybe we should talk to Kurosawa and see what he has to say.
He's standing right there.
I've never even heard of these emergency provisions. I don't know whether it's rumors or whether they're trying to blackmail me. But either way, it's ridiculous. If I was hoarding supplies, would I still be the poor man I am today?
Well, let's just see where it goes.
My own family can barely get by as it is. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got other matters to attend to.
We heard that you lost your vision recently.
That's the first bit of truth I've heard all day. The Shogun's army told me that I was unworthy of my vision. And they said I was slacking off in my work. Apparently, I'd even disappointed the Raiden Shogun. And that's why they confiscated my vision.
Well, it is kind of clever then, right? Well, is it really clever? But I mean, so if you take away a people's vision, or the vision of one person, and they lose their memories, or most of them anyway, then they also clearly, as is the case here, they also don't remember why they lost it in the first place, right? So they can literally tell them anything. They can just say, oh yeah, we confiscated it because your work wasn't satisfactory. Even though that might not be true at all. But the person can't remember it properly for themselves, so they just kind of take that at face value, right? Yeah, that's pretty terrible that they can do it this easily. Huh.
Well, that's strange. You were helping enforce the Vision Hunt Decree. Why would you be unworthy of your vision?
He probably was too nice to actually enforce it, I guess.
To be perfectly honest, I don't seem to remember the details.
I do wonder, though, would they still have other samurai employed that also still use visions? So would they have actually confiscated all of them? Or do the people in the army keep them still?
All I know is that I would perform certain things every month. But I don't recall what they were.
I still don't fully understand what their idea was here, though. Or maybe they didn't necessarily know that he would lose all his memories? But then again, that does seem to be connected to why they're taking them away in the first place, right? Because, like, do they just not care? Or why would he still stay a samurai, but with the guy? Clearly he wouldn't be able to still do his work if he doesn't remember what the fuck his work even entailed, right?
And it's not just that. I have this unsettling feeling, like someone owes me something.
Why would that be unsettling? If somebody owed you, then why would that unsettle you?
Does it have to do with the missing emergency provisions?
I didn't take any. Like I said, if I was taking them for myself, I wouldn't be going through such hard times right now.
Also, one thing that I don't fully understand here is these emergency provisions. Clearly he was, involved with that, with their distribution, but he wouldn't be the only person that handled them, right? I mean, there would still be somebody else actually giving them to him to then distribute, right? So how does that work exactly? Is he just, not aware of where they are? Or because wouldn't the other person then tell him, hey, you still haven't delivered the emergency provisions, do that, right? Huh?
To top it all off, my house was just raided by treasure hoarders, which is why I came here in the first place. I was chasing after them when I got held up by these two.
That's a weird coincidence.
If you don't believe me, go find the treasure hoarders yourself. If there were any emergency provisions to be had, they would have found them.
Okay, so the treasure hoarders might have taken them. Yet... what? He lost his vision right before they raided his house, or what?
He seems to be telling the truth. But we better confirm. Let's go round up those treasure hoarders and see what they have to say. We should be able to follow their tracks. They couldn't have gone too far.
Really? They couldn't have gone too far? Do you really think so? It's another one of these things that doesn't really make sense, right? Unless this Ayaka person has some sort of magical ability to see these people's needs. Because otherwise, how would she have heard about this if it just recently happened? I don't know. I mean, the whole setup to the quest seemed like it was, well, not necessarily like it didn't happen recently, but just that, again, the whole Vision Hunter Cree, everything that we've heard about so far, seems to have been in effect at least for some time, right?
We really outdid ourselves this time.
So, but then all these things seem to be happening. These can't even really be explained by a day or something. These must have happened a couple hours ago at most, right? Which doesn't seem to make any sense at all, but alright.
All those samurai houses packed with goods? We really hit the jackpot. I mean, besides that one house.
You haven't seen anything yet. There'll be a lot more where this came from. Today's just the beginning. I'll be leading you all on an epic journey of pillage and plunder that will go down in hoarder history. You the man, boss!
You the man! And they're really just sort of randomly here then.
These seem like the treasure hoarders we're after. Let's teach them a lesson.
Again, I get the gameplay reason for this, right? I mean, they have like your typical enemies with your typical drops and whatnot, and you know, they probably also want to include some fighting in the quest, but this is just way too coincidental to actually make proper sense. And actually, like, the problem why the reason for why I'm having a problem with it is just that because it all seems so random, it's hard to actually connect to these stories, right?
Steal that, you know?
It's hard to... Because, like, again, the reason for why we're going through these three wishes is basically so that they can tell us why, or what's going on with these visions, right? That's sort of the overarching story. Yet the individual stories that are taking place don't make any sense. They're not, like, the way they're shown, it doesn't make any sense from a time perspective. It doesn't make any sense from sort of a rational or even emotional, what a person would do perspective, right? This is all sort of just random stuff that is all awkwardly stuck together just so that we can understand what visions potentially do, right? And so it's really, really hard to connect with this quest on any sort of level because it almost feels like it's just random dialogue that's been thrown together. It doesn't, like, it's loosely connected, but it doesn't really have the sense of, oh, somebody actually thought about what they were writing here, right?
Come on, boss, think of something.
It's not even that it's badly written. It's like it's written like a random draft is what I'm trying to say, right? Again, it's loosely, the theme is still loosely there, like the overarching theme, but it's as if some person has been given sort of one keyword, right? Is just, hey, visions make you lose memories. And then they just wrote some random dialogue that has got nothing to do with anything really, and it's just a random string of sentences, more or less, right? It's not as bad as I make it out to be, but just to bring across the sort of the problem that I have with it is really that it just doesn't really make any sense on any sort of level. It just feels like these random events that, I don't know.
Kid. You ever think of joining the treasure hoarders? We could use someone like you.
Not likely. What has it you looted Kurosawa's house?
Kurosawa? Oh, I remember. So he's the one who sent you after us, huh? Just our luck. I knew he shouldn't have hit that place.
So what did you see inside? Was it stuffed with food supplies?
Food supplies? You kidding? That place was a complete mess. All we found was a strange-looking box, hopefully with valuables inside. I didn't want anyone else to see it, so I was planning on opening it myself once we got back.
And your two buddies behind you are now angry at you? What?
But now that you've caught us, how about we make a deal? That little box for our freedom. What do you say?
Wait, and what's with the rest of the stuff that they stole?
You've got a deal. Now show us what's in the box.
See, this is exactly what I mean. Isn't this this is dumb. These guys have stolen from samurais. All kinds of things, right? Now, obviously for the quest, we are only interested in the box, right? That's fine. But we can literally kill these guys if we wanted to, and yet we're still letting them go? What?
Huh?
Like, huh? Yeah, that pretty much summarizes this quest. That doesn't make sense. Or is the implication that we're letting them go, but all the samurai still get their stuff back?
What the?
There's nothing in here but IOUs!
The fuck are IOUs?
Yeah, a lot of them too.
What is an IOU? Should I know that?
And they all seem to be made out to the owner of a gem A Miss Aoi. We're talking tons of Mora here.
Was it like stocks or something?
We better talk to this Miss Aoi and get to the bottom of this. As for you guys, you're free to go. Just pray that our paths don't cross again.
Yes, of course.
So, we redeemed ourselves for some IOUs. Does that mean we broke even?
We have those now. What are you talking about?
Shut it. Let's just get out of here.
Yeah, I guess the implication is that they're just leaving behind everything they stole. What the... That was so strange. What the hell? So, Genshin continues its weird... how can I put it? Like, its weird way of doing things. So, the problem that I have with Genshin, or not even the problem, well, it's kind of a problem, right? An issue, like, for myself. I'm actually really, really intrigued by these stories. Like, I like the setup that they've done for the overarching story. I actually also like the setups that they're doing for the individual stories, and I do think that sort of in terms of environments and just general ideas of how they're setting up stuff, it's really, really cool, right? I mean, the character design is cool and whatnot. Clearly, they're putting money behind this, but the problem is that all these individual stories, they have so many. It's not even plot holes. It's just basic logic holes, right? There are things going on that just don't really make any sort of sense in any sort of capacity, which is why I was trying to bring up that weird sort of random sentences explanation, right? It's just this idea of it all feels like it doesn't really make sense. Like it's everything sort of... Oh, I could have teleported up there, right? Wait, where the hell is that to begin with? Yeah, I could have just teleported, whatever. But yeah, it's just... And I don't even mean that in a bad way, because I want this to be good, right? I mean, I'm actually still really intrigued by what's going on with these visions. It's just that these individual scenes don't... Yeah, I think that's it, right? It's that... It's not even that it's badly written or that the story itself doesn't make sense. It's more that the individual scenes don't make sense. And that's something that I'm quite confused by, because I've never really seen it like this, right? In any sort of game. So you can have like badly written games, right? I mean, Destiny would be a good example of that. When Destiny 2 released, the whole main story felt like a really, really badly written superhero movie, right? So you saw what they were trying to do, but it just never got there, right? It was just badly written, right? And the weird thing is with Genshin, I feel like their backstories and whatnot, and the actual setups for things. Can you fucking shut up, please? So the general ideas that they're bringing up here, and also the dialogue writing in particular, isn't bad. Like, it's not good, because for it to be good writing, it would have to make sense in a way, right? But it's not bad either. It's just that there's like a story layer that I recognize what they're trying to do there, right? And you know, we're talking about these visions, and they do things to people, and that's actually really, really intriguing, and it's not badly written at all. It's just it's a quite intriguing story, actually, or quite intriguing storyline. But then the individual scenes, right? If you just purely look at the scene, if you sort of before your mind's eye, you're looking at it as if it would be a written down stage play, right? And with like stage instructions and whatnot. Then you realize that it's sort of the individual scene just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's if it's either completely ripped out of context, or yeah, I don't even properly know how to explain it, because it's such a weird example, because it's not ever something that I've seen in this way in a game. Because usually, right, I mean, if we're talking about, I don't know, I think, so if we're talking about, let's say, if we would take some of the bad, I mean, there are bad quests in the Elder Scrolls games, for example, right? Generally, they tend to have pretty good quests, but there are also bad ones, or very plain ones. I think bad is, maybe the wrong word, but very plain, right? And every RPG has that. Obviously, if we're talking about a 200-hour RPG with hundreds of quests in it, right? Then there is the likelihood of a couple of them just not being that great, right? Or fairly plain or simple or whatnot, right? And, if you'd go back and maybe look at, whatever, could be The Witcher, could be, an Elder Scrolls title, could be whatever, right? Then there might be a quest that's just sort of very, very plain, or something like that, right? It's actually pretty hard to explain, but my point being that at the end of the day, those quests, the reason for why they're plain or why they're bad or boring mostly stems from the fact that they don't really introduce any sort of ideas, or it's a very sort of, it's just a copied idea, right? It's, I don't know, the jealous husband, or the stolen purse, or I don't know, the murder victim of a robbery, right? I mean, those are sort of standard, I guess, stories that have been told a billion times already, right? And naturally, if you just take a basic thing like that and don't do anything clever yourself, or don't introduce an interesting character or character trait to go with that, right? For all those ideas, it could very well be that, in those particular cases, the quest just comes out as boring or plain, right? But the weird thing that's constantly happening in Genshin is that the whole setup, the thing that's usually the hard thing to do, is actually really interesting, but then they don't do anything with it. Right? It's as if the people, and maybe that's the problem, right? Maybe that's the problem, that the individual people who then write the scenes are not the person that's actually come up with the story. I really don't know how to explain it or to put it, because it's such an awkward thing that I've never really seen in any other game like that. Like, I don't know. It's so strange. I don't even know how to properly explain it, because it's a thing that's honestly hard to put into words.
Welcome to Tsukumomono Groceries. We've got everything you need. Can I help you find something? Or perhaps there's something you want to inquire about?
As if she already knows why we're here. What? Alright. I don't know. Sorry about that. Maybe it's just my limited English or whatnot, but one second here. Let me see if I can see. Oh, okay, IOU. Oh, so it's an abbreviation of like the literal IOU. So that's like a British thing that I just didn't know about. That's interesting, okay. It just feels like in the context of Genshin that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. First of all, they're not really portraying British characters.
So
I feel like they
you're
should use
friends
another
of
word for that.
Kurosawa, I take it. Perhaps you're here to pay off his debts.
Whoa! Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're just here to learn where they all came from. How did Kurosawa end up owing you so much money? Did he buy anything super expensive here?
Did he come up with the whole emergency rations by himself?
Let me think. Kurosawa would come regularly to purchase large quantities of foodstuffs. He'd always put the payment on his own account.
Huh, seems like it.
However, the price of provisions began to skyrocket recently, and his salary was no longer enough to cover the cost. So, he started writing out IOUs to cover whatever he couldn't afford of the usual amount.
So he wanted to help. Now, well, at least this makes sense. So he wanted to help the people in the town and pretended as if he was giving out emergency provisions. And then when he couldn't pay for them anymore, instead of owing up to that and saying, hey, I can't hand them out anymore, he just tried to somehow, or he got stuck in debt because he still wanted to purchase them. Doesn't really explain why people would need them in the first place.
So that's how he was getting those emergency provisions.
And I guess somebody heard of this, of what he was doing, and wasn't such a big fan of it, and so they took away his vision.
But why did he have to purchase a usual amount? If the prices increased, couldn't he just buy less?
Well, if you think about it, the citizens receiving the emergency provisions must have been carefully calculating how much they needed to sustain them each time.
Okay, yeah.
Kurosawa thought that it would be quite the disappointment for them if they found they didn't have enough, especially after such long and careful planning. So he deemed it necessary to take on the debt rather than let the people down.
And you also knew about that? I mean, she must have, right?
Wow. Kurosawa was purchasing all the emergency provisions at his own expense.
Nobody ever, questioned that? I mean, I guess at some point they did, which is why they probably took away his vision, but...
And no one ever appreciated what he did. They just complained and held him accountable.
Yeah, of course they did. They didn't know that he was doing it. I mean, that's so... Well... It is understandable, but yet at the same time... A little bit dumb on his part, honestly. Maybe he was afraid that the people were going to tell on him if he just helped them out with, normal food stuff. Or maybe he thought they wouldn't take it. That could be a thing, right? And so he pretended that they were sort of government-issued.
People's attitudes will always reflect their circumstances. In the face of hardship, nobody cares to think twice. If you ask me, had Kurosawa told everyone the truth about the supplies from the start, then there wouldn't be such a severe backlash now.
Yeah. I mean, you can't really blame the people for that, right? If you don't know, you don't know. If somebody comes to you and tells you, oh yeah, the government has decreed that you will now receive emergency provisions, and then suddenly you don't, well, obviously I would be angry at the government, right? I mean, Can't blame them for that.
Of course, I'm sure there would still have been some unrest. What he was doing was truly a thankless deed. As for why he chose to spend his own money on emergency provisions and never tell anyone, I'm still not too clear myself.
Yeah, it's a rather strange thing to do, right? I mean, I get the idea of wanting to help people, but especially if increasing prices meant that he had to take on large amounts of debt. Like, even, let's assume that the prices went up 5 times as much as what they had been. Like, how much did he buy exactly? Did he spend like 80% of the money he got monthly or whatever on these things? Like, what the fuck? Does he even make that much money? I don't think that a samurai from the government would necessarily have money to pay food for, I don't know, half a town or something? And also, I mean, looking at the town itself, why do they even need emergency provisions? I mean, I would have understood if he just sort of wanted to help them, right? But honestly, nobody here looks like they're starving.
If you're still curious, why don't you go ask him yourself?
Yeah, he doesn't remember.
I see. That reminds me, it seems that his vision was recently confiscated.
You know that?
Most unfortunate. If he doesn't clear the debt on his name, he'll have no choice but to sell that sword that is so dear to him.
Oh no. You'll get a new sword.
Sword? What sword?
Oh, didn't he tell you? He possesses a very valuable blade. He's carried it for years now.
How very convenient.
I've asked him about its origins. He told me that it was a gift from his father, that it was too precious to sell.
That is interesting though, right? Because the guy back in the village, he also lost his vision and memories. But he also had, like, he had the amulet and the diary and the letter, and this guy has a sword. I wonder if that's somehow connected to the visions as well.
In hindsight, I regret that I never made an offer on it. Everything has its price, at least that's what I think. Why don't you ask him about the sword yourself? Perhaps it'll even provide you with the answers you're looking for. Oh, but before you go, if you would kindly settle today's bill.
Today's bill of what? I'm not the one who fucking purchased that stuff.
But we didn't buy anything.
Information is also a kind of commodity, wouldn't you agree?
Sure, but you have to agree on a price before you give it out. Now we already know it. Why would anybody be stupid enough to pay for something they already own?
Don't worry, I won't charge much for information about Kurosawa. Nothing we ever discussed was explicitly confidential anyway. Oh, let me think. 2,000 mora should be a fair price.
Okay, see, again, this is exactly what I mean. The story itself is pretty cool, actually, right? And I'm really intrigued by, okay, what are these visions? What are they doing? What's up with these, like, items that they seem to possess? And what's up with these emergency provisions and whatnot? All right, fair enough. And then you have something like this, right? I mean, this makes her look incredibly stupid, right? Because, well, nobody would ever give out, like, have you ever heard of a story in which a person has given out information they deemed valuable and asked for something in return after they already gave out that information? Isn't that incredibly dumb? I mean, this is where, like, your usual sort of comedy movie or something would insert the joke, right? Because it's so dumb that you usually make a joke out of this, or at least You know, if in like a movie somebody accidentally gives out information, that's usually sort of the punchline, right? Is that they, you know, somehow the main character has done something in a very clever way to make them reveal some information they actually didn't want to give, and then that's sort of the funny punchline, right? Is that they, oh fuck, wait, I didn't want to tell you, or whatever. This just, what? I've never heard of this being a thing. This is so strange, and it's so unnecessary as well. They could have just ended the conversation right there, and it would have been fine. But no, they throw in the weird, oh yeah, give me money. Because I already gave you information that I didn't ask you to pay for in the first place. And then we just go along with it, right? Instead of saying, well, tough luck. We already know. Why would we pay you now? Right? I mean, what? How is her business still running if this is how she does it?
At least we now know where the emergency provisions are coming from. Plus, we found out that Kurosawa has a priceless sword in his possession.
If the information's even true.
Let's go talk to Kurosawa again and see if he can remember anything.
That's exactly what it's annoying me so much about these quests, right? Is that they start off with like really, really cool premises, and they actually, like, again, they're pretty cool for the most part. And then they have these incredibly weird things in them where you just sort of shake your head and go, wait, what? Why? And the biggest issue there is that they very frequently also actually involve your main character in that, which makes the main character, and by extension you as the player, look like the fucking biggest idiot of all, right? Which is not a thing you want your player to feel like. The fuck is up with that? And he just, why are you even standing here?
What are you doing here all by yourself? Where did those other two go?
And I hate that Paimon very frequently actually asks the right questions.
I presented them with a choice. Either they left or I drew my sword. They left.
Fair enough.
It turned out to be a real time saver, actually. Perhaps I should start using it more often.
Weren't you, like, on a quest yourself, though? Wait, he was looking for those treasure hoarders that stole his stuff, right? Did we actually ever tell him what happened with that? Didn't we just go directly to the fucking lady of the merchants thing?
Did you manage to track down the treasure hoarders? Everything I said was true, right?
Oh, I guess we're telling him now?
That just about sums it up. It turns out that you really were distributing emergency provisions, but they were all purchased at your own expense.
Strange. Is that really the kind of person I was?
Kind-hearted but stupid? Apparently.
I don't really have any such recollection. Even after all you've told me, I still don't remember anything.
That almost seems too much, right? That doesn't seem like something a vision would do. Like, make you lose your memory so completely?
Why was I purchasing emergency provisions for everyone? And why would I put myself in such a difficult situation? I really don't understand.
Yeah, me neither, buddy.
But I cannot deny that when I brandished my sword to scare those two away, I could sense that my body was somehow reluctant to do so.
The
This
sword.
sword was once wielded by my father.
But he does remember that. How? How is one thing completely gone to the point where he can't even remember it if we directly present him with what he did? Yet he does remember where his sword stems from.
I remember once when I was young, I wanted to sneak out with the blade and show it off to the kids next door. My father ended up catching me in the act and scolded me severely.
See, that's a very specific memory.
What did he say? I can't seem to remember that either.
What? But, okay. So you remembered he scolded you, but don't remember what he actually said. That is a very, very weird form of memory loss, to be honest.
It would seem that I forgot many important things when my vision was taken from me. So many memories gone. Forever. No matter how hard I try to remember. All I can remember now is my father telling me that this blade bore his life's creed. Before he passed away, he placed the sword in my hands and said to me, "With this sword, you should..."
Hey, if you look carefully, there seems to be some words engraved on the hilt. Can you recognize the words?
Virtue and justice? Okay.
Virtue and justice? Somehow those two words seem to explain everything now.
They do?
Taking on seemingly endless debts to make others happy. I guess that must have been my greatest ambition after all.
That's not an ambition, that's stupidity. I mean, because it's not sustainable, right? That's not helping people. That's actually making the situation worse for them. Because eventually you won't be able to pay anymore.
But what use of virtue and justice? I purchased the provisions for those in need. And look how things ended up.
Yeah, because you were lying to them. I mean... Huh?
The Tenryo Commission seized my vision. And the very people I was so desperately trying to help refused to understand me.
Have you even tried explaining it to them, by the way? The last time you couldn't even remember.
And the irony of all of it is, I somehow still felt sorry when threatening them with my blade.
Sort of another example of this. Like, it feels like they're sort of jumping ahead here, right? It's as if they're fast-forwarding his story. In a weird way. Because some of these things don't really make any sense in terms of what he said, because how does he know, right? He hasn't actually explained or tried to explain it to them at any point, because the last time he saw them, he still couldn't remember a single thing. And he just remembered, yet he immediately draws the conclusion, oh, they're not understanding me, everything's bad, blah, blah, blah. Even though that might not actually be the case. I mean, who's to say that they wouldn't completely understand once they got to know the whole reason for this mess in the first place, right?
I'm incapable of being a good person, yet I'm equally unable to be bad. I don't know what to do with myself.
Like, these quests, like, it's as if they're jumping ahead like 5 pages with every line of dialogue instead of actually going through what they set up in the first place.
Yet another troubled soul. When we get the chance, let's speak to Toma about Kurosawa's debt. The Yashiro Commission would surely help cover his expenses.
You think? I don't know.
In any case, we must never let him sell off that sword.
Well, I mean, he's still in debt, though. I mean, that was still his mistake, right? It wasn't something that he was forced to do, or that, I don't know, I mean, he still let, what? Also, what is this? Losing a vision is no trifling matter? Why is this what? Why is this a choice?
Yeah, seems like losing all ambition is a terrible experience. Fortunately for us, you don't have a vision. Let's go find the next poor soul.
And then we just go off to find the third person without ever resolving anything about this one. Cool. I mean, I guess eventually maybe we will at the end of this questline, but I have a feeling we won't. What a strange setup this all is.
The third person who had their vision taken is supposed to be a famous sword master around these parts. Paimon heard that he's the present-day master of Meikyo Shisui art. Sounds pretty impressive.
If I knew what that was, sure.
This is his dojo. Luckily, there's some people around. Let's go talk to them.
How does Paimon know that this is his dojo? Were we told that?
Nanako, don't worry. Sensei will be fine. Those thugs that challenged the dojo were strong, but he fought them all off in the end, didn't he?
Maybe, but I'm still worried about him. Things have gotten dangerous before in the past, but it's never shaken him. This time, though...
It's just because he's been possessed, that's all. Once the exorcism has taken place, he'll be right as rain in no time.
Okay.
Hey there! Did something happen?
Who are you? I don't care whether you're trespassers or just here to harass us while Sensei is impaired. Get out of here immediately!
Okay, bye.
Don't make me draw my blade, or you won't live to regret it.
What the fuck? There's literally just two random people coming by, right? And he just immediately threatens them with a weapon? What the fuck?
No! You got it so wrong! We just came here to...
We're here to become disciples? What?
Disciples?
No! We're here to talk to your master about what's troubling him.
Yep. We've heard all about the mighty master of Meikyo Shisui art. It's the whole reason we came all this way, to seek him out and ask him to train us.
Yeah, and I'm sure for some reason this is going to work as an excuse.
But then we got here and overheard you talking about how he got possessed or something?
From the way you're dressed, it doesn't look like you're from around here.
So I'm just gonna trust you with very important information about my master.
Please, accept my apologies. We've had so many people trying to cause us trouble recently that we're on high alert.
See, again, the fact that we're not from around here should put them on high alert, not the other way around. Right?
You haven't arrived at the best of times, I'm afraid. Sensei got possessed recently, and he's still recovering. He's not able to take on any new disciples for the time being.
I'm not going back until I can call him my sensei. It's like we're a 3-year-old. I can wait till he's recovered.
I see you are earnest in your pursuit. Okay, how about this? My fellow disciple Nanako and I will explain Sensei's situation to you in a little more detail. Then you can decide whether to stay or to leave.
That's very convenient. What the fuck? Ah, man, this is also... well, whatever. Go ahead with your explanation.
Sensei's name is Domon. A name I'm sure you've already heard. Though self-taught, he mastered the art of the sword to a high level. He then proceeded to defeat many other prominent sword masters, never losing a single fight. He once said that his goal was to become the best sword master in the world. And so, even while training us, he continued to hone his own art. His fervor truly inspired us, and we trained hard, determined to keep up with him. But then...
Not long ago, Sensei had his vision taken away. He hasn't been the same since. He says the strangest things over and over, and he refuses to let us train.
Okay.
Junya and I have discussed it, and we both think that he's being possessed by an evil spirit.
So, we've asked the Shrine Maidens from the Grand Narukami Shrine to perform an exorcism. But if I'm honest, I still have my doubts over whether he'll completely recover.
Well, I mean, clearly getting his vision taken away hasn't helped, right?
Grand Narukami Shrine? What's that?
You haven't heard of it? It's the largest shrine on Narukami Island. The head shrine maiden is reputed to have very close ties with the almighty Shogun herself.
Wonder what's going on up there with the lightning and everything.
Not that we'd have any means of involving the head shrine maiden, of course. But even one of the ordinary shrine maidens from the Grand Narukami Shrine would have clear power and authority to perform an exorcism. So don't worry, Nanako. Sensei is going to be just fine. The exorcism will take place this evening.
Oh, that's
You're
convenient.
more than welcome to come and watch if you're interested.
What the fuck? All those conveniences. Man, other games at least try to hide it, right? I mean, like usually it's still quite clear to see that everything sort of revolves around the player, but this is just straight up in your face, right? Oh, well, it just so happens that the most important thing that you're looking for is just happening, right? Okay, and also, why would they invite like a random person they just met to come and watch how their master gets exorcised? Why would you invite anybody to watch that? What the fuck?
So, losing your vision can cause possession? Guess we should come back this evening and see for ourselves.
I mean, doesn't it seem fairly clear that they might just be mistaking him getting his vision taken away for being possessed?
Shh. So you decided to come. It's a good thing you didn't arrive any earlier. You would have had to witness Sensei one of his fits of madness.
Didn't go anywhere.
Just now, when Nanako was attending to him, she heard him whispering a few names to himself. When she asked him who the people were, he suddenly looked panic-stricken and pushed her away. It looked like he was in great distress. He was covering his ears and looking frantically around him with bloodshot eyes.
That actually does sound pretty terrifying, to be honest.
All the while he kept calling those names. Some of them we knew, others we didn't recognize. But they all seemed to be the names of sword masters he had defeated in the past.
Okay.
One of them was Anzai. He used to be a fellow disciple of Sensei's. His senior, in fact. But Sensei defeated him in a duel many years ago, and he has been a wanderer ever since. Sensei wouldn't stop calling his name. Thankfully, the Shrine Maidens managed to subdue him, so the exorcism can finally continue. The ritual has now begun. All we can do is patiently await the result. Here's hoping Sensei will be back to his normal self very soon.
I highly doubt that.
Please, excuse me for a moment while I fetch some water. If he wakes up, he is sure to be thirsty.
Oh, hello.
Huh?
Is that the guy from the village?
Who's that sneaking around? Uh-oh. Could they be here to mess up the exorcism?
Don't tell me they're actually using the exact same NPC model in the same quest for a different person. That has to be the guy from the village, right?
We won't let them get away with it. Come on, let's go after them.
Let's see.
Seems they aren't here. Should we keep going further up? Is this definitely the right place? Let's look a little further up.
I mean, there were like 3 different paths he could have been taking. but there he is.
Ha! Suspicious person sighted! That's gotta be him!
How did you catch up with me so quickly?
Well, you're like 2 to 3 times our age. My age, whatever. Wait, he does look slightly different though, right? Wait, does he? I think he's wearing something else. He looks very similar to that person from the village.
Are you sure you're Dolmon's disciples? You move even quicker than he does.
Yeah, we're probably also a lot stronger than he is, but never mind that.
I guess it's been a few years. Maybe his skills have improved again.
Excuse me? We're the ones asking the questions here. First off, who are you? And what are you doing sneaking around these parts? You seem like bad news, mister.
Bad news? I'll have you know I trained side by side with Domon back in the day, long before you ever showed up. I don't care to talk about that time anymore. But if you must know, I am Domon's senior.
Okay.
His senior? Wait, that means you must be...
Conveniently the guy we just talked about.
Banzai? Yes, that's me.
So why'd you run?
Because I don't wish to see Domon or anyone else associated with him ever again.
And you were approaching his dojo then because...
When we were young, we trained under the same swordmaster, studying Make-Yoshi Sui art together.
Huh? Wait, huh? You don't want to see him ever again, yet you just so happen to walk right next to his dojo, where it would be very likely to see him again. What?
I had begun training 5 years before him, and everyone looked up to me as a steady and dependable older disciple. Practitioners of Make-Yoshi Sui art seek to achieve stillness of mind, freedom from all agitation. So the majority of disciples are indifferent to rank and reward. I was no exception. But Domon was different. The first thing he did when he joined was go straight to our sensei and ask him, with a beaming smile on his face, how to become the best in the world. Sensei scolded him and told him that the art of the sword should not be used for such vain ends. Sensei said that coveting the title of the best swordmaster, barely days into his training, showed that he had a fickle mind, and that this would impede him from ever mastering the blade.
Apparently it didn't.
I thought so too at the time, but Domon began making swift progress in his training, and even started catching up with me. Only then did I realize that it was Domon who had long since freed his mind from all agitation. He was consumed by his singular desire to become the best in the world. He sought nothing less than perfection in the art of the sword, and nothing could deter him from this goal, no matter what stood in his way.
Sure sounds like he meant business. So how come you don't want to ever see him again?
And still walked close to his dojo.
Because until he arrived, I was convinced that I would succeed our sensei as the master of Make-Yoshi Sui art. Of all the disciples, I was the most gifted. I had trained the longest. Everyone had high expectations from me. Domon's arrival changed everything. When we sparred, I lost not just the match, but my pride and my status too. I fled the dojo that day and never looked back.
Except for 5 minutes ago, when clearly you were right next to it for some reason.
Later, I heard that he sparred with Sensei too. Sensei was advanced in years by then, and unfortunately that match used up every last ounce of energy in his body. After that, I wanted nothing further to do with him. Deep down, though, I still respected his mastery of the blade and his commitment to the art of the sword. So, when I heard rumors that he had lost his mind, My first reaction was to dismiss them as false. How could he, of all people, have lost his mind? His mind was the sharpest of them all. He had practiced Meikyo Shisui art to perfection.
So I guess that explains why he was there then. Why then talk as if he... this is so... It seems like the sentences should have had another structure or something.
I decided to quietly come and see if it were true. Then, to my complete astonishment, I heard him call my name. I thought mine was a name he had long since forgotten.
Wait, so you were there before?
So you see, I came here not to cause him any harm. I just wanted to see for myself.
But then why run? What?
Okay, you've heard my story. You should get back now. The exorcism is probably finishing.
What a strange behavior. What the hell?
Seems like we got it wrong this time. He wasn't here to mess up the exorcism at all. Still, Paimon's not sure we should bring him back with us. Let's go see how the exorcism's coming along.
Yeah, honestly, it doesn't look like he wants to go back. What? Who the fuck is Inagi Hotomi? Can I not? Wait, what did it say? Sacrificial offering? Is that the other shrine quest that I started? I think it might be. Sacred Sakura cleansing ritual. Well, then I will just continue with this, I guess. Head to the Grand Narukami Shrine to investigate. Although you have obtained the ancient and esoteric text, you seem to need the aid of certain sacred words to unseal the Sky Kitsune statue and obtain the ward. This is likely to be the realm of the clergy. Perhaps you might find some help at the Grand Narukami Shrine. Well, I guess we have to go there. This is another thing that I find weird. I would get it if, like, major characters or the characters you can obtain yourself as the gacha part of the game, if they are occupied in a certain quest, that you can't continue another quest. Okay, but some random Shrine Maiden NPC, why not just use 2 different NPCs for these quests? Why combine them with each other? Well, I wanted to go up to the shrine anyways. I mean, I was even debating with myself whether or not to do the side quest first. I guess this gives us the reason to do the quest now. But this is all... I don't know. Am I the only one, like, feeling like this about that other quest that I was just doing? It seems... Again, it's not... I don't want to call it bad writing or anything. It's just that there are all these little details everywhere that just don't really make sense. Like, it's this... It's so... Or it's not even that it doesn't make sense. It's almost more like... I don't know, like...
Take this!
It was meant in a different way or something. It's just... Again, I don't even know how to explain what I'm trying to say. Because it's also... so unusual and oh great. And so we're kind of unexpected in terms of how it works. Wait, where do these stairs lead? Wait, there are only 2 here. Oh, I see. There's the third one. 2, 3... Alright.
A reward on the road.
Where does this lead? Yeah, again, I don't necessarily want to go on about it. It's just, it's such a... Oh, there's nothing here, really? It's just something that seems... I don't know, I'm honestly at a loss for words in terms of... Because it's not bad writing, it's straight up writing that doesn't make any sense whatsoever, right? I mean, it's the story itself is interesting and intriguing. Holy shit, that actually looks pretty scary, honestly. I've not really been down there, have I? I think I've been somewhat close to it, though. Why does it not allow me to continue? Guess we can just fly over here. Oh, wait, what? Huh? This doesn't seem like the way I was supposed to take, but... Okay. Let's grab the electro thingy on top. Wait, is it even on top? Oh, there it is. Well, maybe you are supposed to go this way then. This is still pretty awesome, honestly. There's something down here. Hi there. Wait, so was there like an actual proper path that I could have taken?
A reward on the road.
Where the hell does this go? Oh. Wait. Isn't this, like, basically above the place we've been to? Is that the puzzle we just did? I think it is, right? So we could have just climbed up from there, I suppose? Instead of taking that flying path? This looks like we have to go here from another point, potentially. I don't think there is any of the electro things close to here, right? Well, if you know where to climb, then I guess this would, in theory, be the proper way to go here. Didn't I just see? I thought there was still... Somehow I saw... where the wind is here. There's something down there, but I think I'm gonna do that later, actually. Let's go up to the shrine first. Not gonna lie, big fan of the design, though. He's pretty awesome. Riku. Outlander. What are you doing? Counting the people coming to the shrine, there was a very short girl in a tanuki outfit drawing a slip, wishing to grow taller or something. There's also a beautiful older girl who wished that Inazuma will remain peaceful and stuff. Yeah, because it's so peaceful currently. Oh, and there was some big bro wishing for the Kujo clan to be prosperous. Why are they always calling people big bro? The wishes are so special, and my wish is just to be able to play hide and seek with my sister. Okay. Viewpoint. Yeah, this place is awesome, honestly. Like, the world design in Genshin is absolutely nuts. Which is why I'm always slightly, you know, annoyed when they don't seem to be... Oh, what is happening here? What's the fowl doing in the water? Yeah, that's the reason for why I'm so annoyed. Like, they have such cool ideas in terms of the stories they're telling, and in terms of, like, the character designs are cool, right, and pretty unique, and these places look absolutely stunning. Yet at the same time, they seem to be almost throwing that away by introducing these very, very dumb, like, things into their stories that really don't seem to be making any sort of sense on any sort of level.
Lightning flash!
I honestly, I sadly don't know how else to put it. It's this... It's almost annoying in how dumb it seems to be from time to time.
Take this!
Oh, let's grab this last bloom then. I just wish that they would, I don't know, like, pay a little more attention to details. Maybe it's also just, you know, the amount of 14 that I've played, and also other the sort of really, really good RPGs and whatnot. It just really makes you... I don't know, more aware of these details and more aware of what this is potentially lacking compared to those games.
What? Another bad one? No, let me try again.
How the fuck do I climb up there? Oh, for fuck's sake. Just go on top of the tree, please. Thank you. That's what I wanted to do. Now I can go onto this roof. Okay, there seems to be another one, but I think that's actually further down. Hello, traveler from afar. Welcome to the Grand Narukami Shrine. If you have some trouble or just want to make a wish, feel free to ask Miss Gendu for a fortune slip. May the Electro Archon bless you. Explain the situation with the abandoned shrine at the foot of the mountain. I see. I understand the situation. The sacred Sakura cleansing ritual is a very important rite, and there are indeed records of it. But the actual details of the ritual have been lost. The summary you are holding is a very valuable historical artifact in that regard. Are the Fatui behind this? If you say it's so important, then they might be up to something here too. Oh no, the degradation here is due to poor preservation, humidity, and moths. It's a great shame, but a lot of historical records have been lost. Lady Yae and Sir Kamisato were fretting over this earlier as well. But as for the sacred words, I do know a thing or two. Please tell us how to unseal that ward. I apologize, but the sacred words used to seal the ward are not some sort of specific formula. Instead, they are something created by the one who casts the seal themselves. What do you mean? The spell was created on the fly by the caster? This is not precisely so either. Sacred words of this sort do have some rules. So elaborate on that, please. I believe that the records go something like this. The first line represents one's own status in Inazuma, something with the word envoy attached to it, I believe. The second line is meant to explain the source of one's power, something like dango, ramen, or a light novel, for example. The source of your power? Dango, ramen, or a light novel? What the hell are you talking about? Oh, Paimon gets it. Those are definitely great power sources. Yeah, for you, maybe. I'm just giving an example. The records use something like Onyu Hakyu, whatever that means. As for the third line, is it something you can just make up? Yes, you've guessed it. It can be whatever you want it to be. Considering how long it's been, I doubt that any still live who understand how to use this third line. What shall we do then? Miss Masked Maiden's commission and this whole nation, it's all gonna go kaput. Relax, we'll find a way. Perhaps these two items can be of aid to you. This is the memento lens. Memento, so it's a souvenir. Since the two of you are so knowledgeable, I trust that you must have heard of the camera. It's a Fontaine-made device that can record images. Indeed it can. A long time ago, when Ritu was first founded, the Hiragi clan leader Hiroshi imported many new inventions from other places to prove the benefits of building a trading hub. Oh, so they might have pictures of it or something? For example, he used a Snesnayan blast furnace to turn an old Hiragi clan mansion at Tenchukaku into a hot spring, before sending it as a gift and token of appreciation to Her Excellency. He also used the demon exorcising mirror gifted to the Hiragi clan by the Kitsune Saigu to create a special camera in Fontaine. It can record thoughts and memories. It was returned to us here at the shrine as a token of appreciation and friendship. Well, again, very, very convenient. As the years passed, the camera itself ceased to function. Only the lens, blessed by the Kitsune Saigu, can still see things that no longer exist in certain special places. We extracted the lens and named it the memento lens. The two of you have come on account of the Sakura, and I can sense from our conversation that you are trustworthy. I believe that it will come to good use in your hands. Such an important item indeed, yeah. I suppose you may not be familiar with this as outsiders, but we believe that everything has a soul. Even stones and trees have memories. And when an item is left unused for a long time, it will grow bitter with dissatisfaction. Honestly, that is such a cool thing, right? That's actually the part of religion that I like, is this whole idea of, because that's where religion originally came, or where most sort of religious traditions come from, actually, is that people just came up with something that made sense, right? Or something that was beneficial to either survival or to how a community might live together, right? And then they sort of came up with rules, and in order to enforce them, they sort of baked them into a faith, right? And by extension, a religion, right? A lot of the 10, whatever they're called, like the 10 big rules of Christianity, right? What's the English name for that, actually? Let's see. Is that like a special? Precept? Imperative? Dictate? I don't know what they're called in English. Anyways, you know what I mean, right? In the Old Testament, the 10 things that Moses comes down with from the mountain from, like they're actually old historical rules for how a society should live together, right? So they're basically, I mean, some of them have been translated into modern law as well, like don't murder somebody. I mean, that's an obvious one, right? But those were actual rules that were written down at one time for a community to live together peacefully, right? And well, it's an interesting thought because it has been turned and twisted into something that is there for religion's sake, right? Which it originally wasn't that, right? Originally it was literally just a set of rules that was there to make living with each other possible and peaceful, right? And just over time, it then has been turned into a sort of religious faith kind of thing, which doesn't necessarily invalidate the original ideas behind it, but you do have to see it in the historical context. And what I find so interesting with what they're talking about here is that this also probably has, so it's this idea of not wasting anything, right? So they're essentially saying, okay, inanimate objects also have souls, because that way, right, if you believe that to be true, then think about how you would behave, right? You would essentially, well, first of all, you would respect everything, more or less, because it has a soul, right? So you would never destroy anything. You would, treat everything with a lot of reverence. If you were to create, let's say, a tool or something, you would do so with your utmost care and love for the craft, right? And in the same vein, if things grow bitter with the satisfaction when they're not used, that sort of stems from the idea, well, that you shouldn't own something that you are not using, right? If you have something, and that's a big discussion point nowadays, actually, right? When you really think about it, because a lot of people tend to buy, for example, clothes are probably the prime example of this, right? A lot of people just buy clothes, yet they're not actually wearing them all that much, right? And on the other hand, there are a lot of people that are working on these clothes in really, really bad conditions, and they usually get thrown away way too quickly, while other people in the world don't have money to actually buy clothes at all, right? Because they're really, really poor. And so, well, if you would believe that these clothes also have souls, right, then obviously you would only buy enough to actually use, and you wouldn't buy too many of anything, really, right? It could be anything. It doesn't have to be clothes. So in general, I think that's actually a pretty clever way of looking at things. Obviously, we know that, you know, a stone doesn't have a soul. It's just a stone. It's a physical object, right? But you can still sort of apply this line of thinking without it having to be something religious or faith-bound or whatever, right? You can still sort of respect just either nature and or things that have been crafted. So the way I'm always thinking about this is that, you know, when I look at a piece of clothing, I'm not necessarily respecting or like I'm not thinking, oh, it has a soul, but I am thinking about maybe the person who crafted it, right? Or the person that came up with the machine that then crafted it, right? Whatever. But just this idea of there being another human being or potentially many other human beings behind this thing that I now own, you know, it just makes you aware of the work that's behind it and aware of that you should treat it with respect, right? Not because it has a soul, but because somebody else put their work into it, right? Well, if you extrapolate that line of thinking, then at the end you'll arrive at a point where, well, you're not just going to throw things away, right? You're not going to just buy stuff for the sake of buying stuff. You're only going to buy stuff if you actually intend to use it, right? If you actually want to do something with it, and all those things, right? Obviously, there needs to be a balance, because at the same time, your own sort of well-being and mental health is also important. And, you know, buying a new t-shirt of your, I don't know, favorite band can certainly be a source of, well, mental well-being. It can make you happy, right? And so obviously there needs to be a healthy balance between your own happiness, but also the respect for others' work and all those kinds of things, right? I find this connection really, really interesting, right? This idea of, oh, maybe this is part of a religion or part of a faith because people maybe in the past were also disrespectful of other people's work, right? And so somebody said, hey, you know, that's not, you shouldn't do that. You should think about who created it and why, and, you know, what kind of, or what amount of work was behind creating this thing. And so they came up with this idea of, hey, everything has a soul, right? In order to make the people respect things more. I guess that's all I really wanted to say about this. This is incredibly interesting to me from a thought perspective of, hey, where do these weird rules or ideas that we often find in religion related texts and whatnot, where do they actually stem from, right? Because they have absolutely nothing to do with some sort of weird spiritual being or whatever. They usually very easily can be traced back to very mundane, everyday life things that just so happened to require some sort of rule behind them in order to make people actually, quote unquote, behave, right? Anyways, let's go back to the quest though. As such, we might as well give the lens to someone who can show it all the changes the world has gone through rather than letting it gather dust in our shrine. No problem, leave it to us. Legend has it that after the Kitsune Saigo disappeared, her familiars, the Earth Kitsune of Narukami Island, turned into sleeping statues in many places, waiting for her to return. If you see a small, strange-looking fox statue, looking at it through the memento lens may reveal something new. Oh, that's really awesome. I have already seen quite a few of these, right? These are the small glowing statues. I thought that you were supposed to hit them with like electro energy or something, but maybe you need this lens for it. Thank you. May the Electro Archon bless you. I shall be counting on you two then. Mysterious memento lens. Cool. The unique gadget known as the memento lens can be used to observe the surrounding world. Observe this Earth Kitsune statue through it and something miraculous might happen. That's cool. So, I hope I don't need to equip it every time. I guess I have to. Mysterious lens. If you view small fox statues with this lens, you can find things that were not there before. They say that in the distant past, the legendary Kitsune Saigu left a catalyst for the then Hiragi clan head, Hiroshi, as a tool to be used in exorcisms. The Hiragis would have a special camera made to order from overseas with that catalyst mounted on its lens assembly before giving it back to the Grand Narukami Shrine as a symbol of their friendship.
Talk to the Electro Archival.
Wait, is it now? Switch. Okay. Oh, I'm supposed to go back to the site. Wait, where's the, was there a second one of those electroloculi here? Also, what's up with this tree? Check out that big tray. Paimon wonders if the triangle would get mad if you just picked the what? Oh, it actually looks like a fox. That's cool. So now what? Oh. Sacred Sakura's favor. Electrosigil. Ooh. Wait, you just use the normal electrosigils here for that? Interesting. Details. Offer the electrosigils you obtain in your various adventures in Inazuma to the Sacred Sakura to raise your Sacred Sakura's favor level and gain valuable items in return. You will receive upgrades to your Electrogranum's level at certain levels of the Sacred Sakura's favor, which will enhance their abilities. I already forgot that this was a thing, yeah. I would not have thought that the Electro Sigils are used to this, because previously the Geo Sigils and the Animo Sigils, those were simply used to be turned in at a merchant, either in Mondstadt or Liyue, for all kinds of other items. I mean, there was actually a lot attached to that, but it was just a merchant, not some sort of special tree. So this is pretty cool. Hey, yet another level you can upgrade. Cool. 15 levels. Wow. The Electrograna symbolize the favor of the land of Inazuma and have various abilities. Press details to view your current Electrogranum abilities. When carrying an Electrogranum, you can gain its blessing, Characters can pass through the protective screen of elementary thunder barriers. When your active character is not affected by Electro, they can interact with thunder spheres and other objects. Electrograna can help characters block 6 instances of damage from some of Inazuma's environmental hazards, such as thunderstones and bale thunder areas. And they will last for 15 seconds. Oh, that's literally what's on the left as well. I didn't realize. When a character's elemental type is Electro and their elemental energy is less than or equal to 50%, Electrograna will slowly regenerate energy for them. That's at level 3. Duration to 20. Okay. That's pretty cool, actually. This is what I wanted to look at. Alright, so level 2 is here. And then you get, you actually get pretty cool stuff for this. Eternal Current, yeah. Reach level 17? Whoa! Holy shit! There are 50 levels to this? That's a lot. Whoa, okay. Alright. Huh. Well, let's offer this stuff. Oh, wait, did I... Did I offer all 150 at once? Oh, I did. What the hell? Alright. 2 acquainted fates. One crafting item. A crown of insight. Okay. Key. Oh, so you get more keys from this as well. That is interesting, though, that they decided to make... I mean, again, these sigils were a thing in Liyue and Mondstadt as well, but they always felt more like a sort of second form of currency. But now they're attached to this, so you can level... You get the electroloculi things to level up the actual... what are they even called? Like the big teleport points, right? Big teleport shrine things. But then you also level up this. This is like a second, almost like a second adventure rank or something. Holy fuck, okay. I mean, it's pretty cool. They actually give you a lot of stuff here that I didn't necessarily expect there to be here. So I'm rank 6 now. So these are just the extra abilities you get. Okay, they're not actually... Because originally I thought that this had 15 ranks instead of 50. I mean, that's pretty cool then. I guess we can just sort of passively do this. Let's see. How many acquainted fates do I have? 9. Alright. Very, very close to a new 10 pull then. Also gives you a bunch of experience. Let's just finish this quest then, I suppose. Don't know. Doesn't feel like it would take that much longer, to be honest. Oh, wait, what? Oh, no, never mind. This is the other quest. Wait, did I just straight up finish the side quest then? No, it didn't. Oh. So, you open the rather memento lens, which can be used to view this. Yeah, whatever. Let's continue with this then.
What? You're saying he isn't possessed?
See, again, like, there are even multiple of these shrine maidens. Why would you have a specific character? Like, okay, so the idea of characters being occupied in a quest and therefore can't be present for another quest is really, really cool. I wish I would prioritize, like, main story quests, though. It's a bit strange that a character can be tied up in, like, a seemingly somewhat unimportant side quest while you want to progress the main quest. That's strange. And then second of all, because these side characters are literal sort of random NPCs that you don't really know and that don't even have a unique model, it just seems strange to be so pedantic about the fact that they would be occupied. Especially since other games sort of explain this away by just saying, oh, you know, the character is, you know, wherever you happen to be, right? Because you can never be at two places at once. In theory, you can just explain it away by saying, oh, the character happened to be close to where you were, right? And then they return to that other place or whatever. Yeah, anyways, though. It's not a big deal. it's actually kind of funny because it prompts you to actually do some side quests from time to time this way, but it's certainly an unusual decision. Let's put it that way.
Does that mean he's just lost his mind? But how is that possible? No, I refuse to believe it. Something's clearly wrong.
Yeah, his vision got taken away.
Nanako, please, try not to get agitated.
I am sorry. With what powers I have, I can find no sign of any malignant spirit having possessed Domon. But spirits may take a myriad of forms in this world, many of which I cannot claim to have witnessed myself. Thus, I dare not rule out possession with complete certainty. And all is certainly not lost, for I received word not long ago that Lady Yai has taken an interest in your sensei's case.
Okay.
Lady Yai? Is that the same Lady Yai that I think you mean?
I mean, how many of those do you know?
The head shrine maiden of the Grand Narukami Shrine? That's wonderful news. Then Sensei will be sure to recover.
Correct. Lady Yai is most knowledgeable indeed, and has abundant experience in the exorcism of evil spirits and aversion of great calamities. I am unable to say for certain whether an evil spirit has possessed your sensei, but Lady Yai can give a conclusive verdict.
Excuse me, Miss Inagi, but I must ask, should we prepare a greeting gift for Lady Yai?
That won't be necessary. All that is required of you is your timely arrival at the Grand Narukami Shrine. Lady Yai does not like to be kept waiting.
Well, thankfully now I've already been there. By the way, this thing looks really, really awesome in the background. I can just repeat myself there. The sort of world design of Genshin Impact is absolutely stunning. I just wish that they would fucking do better in terms of how the quests are... in terms of the logical consistency of the quests.
I must leave now, but we will meet soon at the shrine. I wish Domon a full and speedy recovery.
Who'd have thought Lady Yai herself would have taken notice of our sensei's case?
Do you mean to say that Sensei isn't renowned enough to deserve Lady Yai's attention?
No, that's not what I meant at all. You misunderstand me. I just mean this is Lady Yai, the head shrine maiden. She has direct and close contact with the almighty Shogun herself.
Which is actually rather quite interesting that... So we have the Narukami Shrine where we just were, actually. With this Lady Yai who has connections to the Shogun, but then Ayaka, the person that contacted us, that's not actually that far away, right? I mean, it's literally at the foot of the mountain where the shrine is, basically, and they both have connections. That's...
Anyway, you should join us too, tomorrow. Given that you've traveled all this way just to meet our sensei, we, the disciples of Meikyo Shisui Art, will do our best to help you.
Okay.
Sure. After all, everyone seems pretty excited about Lady Yai. We're curious to meet her too. Who knows? Maybe we'll be able to find out a thing or two about the Raiden Shogun from her.
A Swordmaster's path is paved with broken blades. Go to Grand Narukami Shrine. Perfect, that I just unlocked the teleport point. It's a long, lingering shot.
Do you think that's Lady Yai? Oh, no wonder Junyo is so excited. She has a really striking presence.
She does. I actually know her. Well, the character design, that is.
Also, is it just Paimon? Or did she look right at us just now? It's not like she's ever seen us before.
But she probably knows that we're here, though.
Keep away. Keep away from me. I gave up the art of the sword. Please, let me go, I beg you.
How'd she even get them? How did they get them up here? Him, not them.
As you can see, Lady Yai.
Honestly, hers is probably one of... I think she's one of the most popular characters as well, right? I do think it's one of the best character designs they have. Well, there are a lot of others. There are a lot of well-designed characters, but, well, she's certainly one of them.
Domon has persisted in this state for some time now. He appears to see those who have lost to him in duels past, gathered all around him to persecute him.
Lady Yai, it must be a possession, right? This is nothing like him at all. In the past, no matter what came his way, he would always face it with a confident smile.
Yeah, but his vision got taken away. Also, is she actually wearing any pants, or...
I'm sorry. It is clear to me that your sensei is not possessed by any evil spirit.
But... then does that mean he...
Yes. This is a change in the person himself. Unable to cope with the tremendous pressure he was under, he suffered a spiritual collapse. With his wits impaired, he finally descended into madness.
Okay, calm down there. That's a very matter-of-fact way of saying, oh yeah, by the way, your sensei's gone crazy.
As one who is thrown into the sea, though he fights back desperately against his predicament, it does nothing to prevent his descent into the depths. As for what has triggered this change, I believe it must be the loss of his vision. For to be stripped of one's vision is to be stripped of one's ambition.
Stripped of his ambition? But Lady Yai, even without his ambition, why should he suffer such a dramatic change? How does that explain his descent into madness?
That's a very good question indeed.
Your school practices Meikyo Shisui art, does it not? Stillness of mind, freedom from all agitation. What a fine notion that would be if any in this world could ever hope to achieve it. There was once one who claimed to be indifferent to rank and reward, and who fled enraged when defeated by his junior. And then there was an aged swordmaster who was aggrieved enough that he crossed blades with a disciple he himself had taught. Then, what of the one who crossed blades with his own sensei and beloved fellow disciple, and defeated them both? Can one truly remain unagitated, of still mind in moments such as these?
Lady, I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, that was actually a very confusing way of putting it.
The path of the swordmaster is filled with twists and turns. It is no small undertaking to pursue the position of greatest swordmaster in the world.
Yeah, and as the other guy pointed out that we were talking to, it sort of contradicts the whole idea of stillness of mind, doesn't it?
It requires one to take their sword firmly in both hands and cut down the hopes and dreams of others, even those of one's closest companions. Only a deep commitment to his ambition to become the best made it possible for him to rise above the pain of these encounters, to focus on the way ahead. When that ambition disappeared, he began to doubt himself. As he battled his growing anxiety, he slowly descended into the state you see him in now.
Actually does explain that very, very well. We still need to uncover why visions actually... Because you'd think that the vision would enhance one's ambition and or enhance the ability to achieve them. But it seems as if the visions contain the ambition itself. And it actually has absolutely nothing to do with the person behind it. seemingly.
Much like a certain fatally flawed friend of mine.
Oh, what are you talking about there?
Poor Sensei. To think he's been suffering so greatly.
I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Father, Sensei, Anzai.
That's enough.
Oh, why are you here?
That Anzai? Where did he come from?
He probably followed us.
Did he follow us the whole way here?
Anzai, why are there two of you? Is that you or a ghost? You're here for revenge, aren't you? I knew it would come. I never should have.
You're right to assume that my feelings towards you are far from kindly. But I didn't come here to settle a score. It's been so long now that I made peace with it years ago. You did nothing wrong that day. I couldn't face the humiliation. That's why I ran. I don't think most of the people you beat along the way would hold it against you. On the contrary, when you cut our ambitions short, we entrusted them to you, in the hopes that they might carry you further.
He entrusted them to you. As if the vision soaked up the ambition of everybody else alongside of him?
Now I know that we can't place our hopes in you any longer, since you've been stripped of your ambitions too. But that is no reason to strip them of theirs. Follow the way of the sword all the way to the highest peak. You taught them that, didn't you?
But what if one day, the same thing happens to them? I put everything I had into trying to become the best. But what if it was all a huge mistake right from the start? If there's a chance they'll end up like me one day, I'd rather they stay where they are now than go any further down this path.
Have you asked them what they think?
Sensei, after you rescued me from the hands of the pirates, I told myself I would follow in your footsteps for the rest of my days. I can't know whether I will suffer in my future as you do now. All I know is that here and now, in the present, I wish to continue. I want to keep going until the day that I can stand before everyone with my head held high and announce that I, like my sensei Domon before me, am a master of Meikyo Shisui art.
Nanako's far from the only one. Actually, all of us think that way.
Goodness. Well,
You see? You can place the ambition you once had in their hands. Being stripped of your ambition is something that's never happened to me, so I can't claim to understand it. But I do know what it feels like to have your ambitions crushed. That's what happened on the day that you so effortlessly defeated me. So, just as I once placed my ambitions onto you, it is time for you to release yours into their custody. You are not in the same position that I was. When I left, I had nothing to my name. But you have a great number of worthy disciples.
I understand. I'm sorry to have made you worry for me, and for the state of Meikyo Shisui art. I no longer have the resolve to become the best in the world. The emptiness and suffering inside of me will not abate, so I cannot hope to still my mind and be free of agitation.
Considering how mad he seemed before, it is somewhat unbelievable that he's suddenly, that we were, or the other guy was just able to reason with him with, like, words. But I guess it works.
But as your sensei, I shall commit to imparting unto you everything I have learned in my life so far. This is my promise, and I humbly ask Anzai, my senior, to hold me to my word.
You can count on that. I'd be checking in on you occasionally anyway, just to make sure you hadn't lost your mind again. But I am now used to the life of a wanderer. I do not belong in the dojo anymore, so I will simply stop by once in a while to make sure you aren't cutting any corners with them. Well, don't just stand there staring at me. Say thank you to Lady Yai and then get yourself back home.
I don't know, I find it weird that they both have the same face, just a different haircut. It's very weird.
Over on his behalf. Guess that sort of solves this one, huh?
So this last one was actually a lot cooler than the first two, I feel like. Not only because this, like, with the shrine here and everything, it just felt like it had a lot more reverence and was a lot more grounded within the world, but it also, I don't know, in a way it just made more sense. It seemed more believable and in general just better set up. I don't know, like, this was a weird quest, all things considered. I wish they would have actually just cut those weird two first stories that actually felt a bit too short and just completely focused on this one and just, you know, I don't know, elaborated on it a little bit further or whatnot. Just put in a few more quest steps instead of having those first two that didn't really seem, or maybe just cut the first one and elaborate more on the samurai stuff. Because that, in general, was a pretty cool idea, just it was handled pretty poorly.
Traveler, a moment, please. Lady Yai has some words for you.
Well, I'm certainly willing to listen to that.
So, my intuition was correct. The wind that blows from afar carries fresh life to these shores. For us to meet now is premature. Nevertheless, you set foot on these islands at precisely the right moment.
Well, that's good to hear.
I have high hopes for you, child. Don't disappoint me.
Why are you calling me a child? What?
Ooh, Lady Yai seems to have taken a real interest in you. She seems super mysterious. Paimon's so curious what she really meant by all that. We can come back to it another time. For now, we should go report back to Miss Kamisato.
We actually should indeed. Huh. Oh, also, let me just quickly... I think I already did that. Yeah, never mind. Oh, wait. Now it's on the map again. Hey, there's a treasure chest here.
A reward on the road.
Yeah, that has to be below me, right? The electroloculi thing. Question is just where below me? Or is it far above me? But that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because we're already pretty high up, aren't we? And it wouldn't be exactly next to the other one anyways, right? But one thing, all right, let me see, character archive. She is already in the game, right? Okay, so Sino, these are the two new ones, right? That got introduced today. Yeah, Yai Miko. So she is a 5-star. It's a pretty cool character design. She's Electro 2, though, which unfortunately I already have quite a few Electro characters. I actually need more Cryo and Geo characters in theory. So Shenhe would be cool, for example, or Yunjin, although I don't necessarily like her design that much. Well, I thought she was pretty cool during the quest. I just don't like her color palette all that much. don't know her. Misato Ayato. So she's also a new one. I just got her earlier. And Collei was actually available for free for some reason, which I found interesting. There are actually still a lot of characters that I haven't met yet. Oh, she's the Raiden Shogun. Okay. She looks cute. Oh wait, that's Ayaka. So I guess we'll meet her shortly. You can spoil yourself quite well here, huh? Eula, well, Eula's character introduction I really didn't like. She seemed like a really immature person. Hutao, on the other end, was quite funny. Zhao, Ganyu. Ganyu's pretty cool. Yeah, in terms of character design, I don't know. I think there are a lot of characters that people like, right? I mean, personally, I really like Ningguang. I think Lisa, a lot of people like as well. I'm not necessarily her biggest fan, I would say. Got to look earlier as well. His design I like because I think it deviates quite a lot from most of the other characters, thankfully. So that's pretty cool. Mona and King or whatever, they're both pretty cute, honestly. I mean, Mona, a lot of people, I think, like her for various reasons that you can see here. What else do we have? His quest I already did. Though I think he has a second. He actually also looks pretty cool.
The same as I remember.
But he has the same problem as Eula, right? Eula. So the reason why I didn't like Eula much in her quest is because she seemed very immature. Him, I remember not really liking during his quest because he seemed incredibly stupid. Like, isn't he supposed to be related to, like, Rex Lapis or something? Yet he didn't understand the concept of money. Right? Or what money meant or something. Like, it was just very, very weird for some reason. Ganyu's character design's pretty cool. I don't know. It's simple but great. Yeah. Eula, I don't know. I mean, her character design is alright. I mean, she has her, advantages, I guess. But yeah, she just seems very immature, which I didn't really like. She looks kind of cute. I mean, it's... Yeah, Miko. Yeah, hers... She also just seems quite the intelligent person, right? I mean, I don't know. Something about that is just a lot more appealing. Anyways, let's try to find this thing. Do you think it's here? Oh, seriously? I mean, it honestly seems like it's directly below me, but how would that work? Doesn't that mean that there has to be some sort of... Oh yeah, it has to be here somewhere, right? Or not? Wait, is this really not here? Oh, this is actually where I came from. That is strange. It's like right here on the map, right? Now there also seems to be another one. Oh, I just realized this is like a big thunder lake of sorts. Oh, I really like the music here. So wait, is there one like below in the lake, or how does it work? But there are multiple on the map here. That's quite strange, though. Where would they be? Ah. Well, this one I can see. Haven't I already been here? I feel like I was already in this river at some point. Or maybe not? Well, I don't necessarily remember this guy. Hey there.
Take this! A touch of frost. Submit for judgment.
At the frying pan.
I swear by my sword.
I honestly feel like they've done something to like, what's it called? Maybe that's just a coincidence, though. Like, it felt earlier like I was stronger compared to before the patch. So I was wondering if maybe they had either strengthened some characters or nerfed other things or something.
Lightning flash!
Get them!
A touch of frost.
Barbados, guide us.
Fairy blade. Attack!
He wasn't really any sort of special encounter, though, it seemed like. But it was pretty cool how he's sitting, like, below the waterfall. Well, now, how do I get back up? Well, at least I found one of the, electroloculi things. I'm pretty sure I had already been in this, or at this river at some point. Because this is, yeah, I've definitely already been here. This is just the shrine. By the way, am I close to the... Does the... yeah, it does. This quest just continues here. Oh, right. I'm supposed to use the lens. I guess it's just the statues that have the, like, electro energy pulsing through them.
Take this!
Like this one. You see something? Oh, hi, mysterious man. My, that lady was such a buzzkill. If I am to have a disciple one day, I shall find a cheerful and beautiful lady. Yeah, I'll make sure of that. Now, as for the third line. Ah, right, this looks good. Bring forth the fried tofu. Are you fucking serious? Since this is her territory, the land of the Hakushin bloodline, we'll go with that. Bring forth the fried... Ooh, this person's got good taste. Alright, bring forth the fried tofu. That's one of the lines. I guess we have to find the other two things as well. Oh, she looks really creepy in the background. Like, that's just one of the normal, like, character person things you can fight. This was my previous... Wait, that wasn't me. It was her previous territory. That person over there seems so familiar. Her previous territory? Oh. But how quickly the shrine has fallen to neglect after losing its master and the incense within. I can only hope that the barrier within the cavern still stands strong. I remember now. She once instructed people to construct a locked gate by a canal on the road leading to Chinju Forest before giving the key to the Konda clan. I hope everything is still alright. Konda village, we found a key at the bottom of that well. Yeah, didn't we also open up a gate, actually? Wait, there are a lot more of these foxes here than I thought there would be. So they also give, like, hints to, I don't know, random quests sometimes? That being said, after she left, Iori seems to have led his tribe to wreak havoc everywhere. Well, I could have kept one eye shut had Iori stayed in the Shinju forest. Guess he needs to be taught a good lesson. This is the follow-up quest, though, to everything that we did in Kondu village, right? What the fuck is she doing here? Why is she just randomly walking? Are you fucking serious? Whatever.
Swift and merciful.
I wonder why she's just randomly here. That seems strange, honestly.
Purging transgressions.
One with my blade.
What? Oh, there you are.
Lightning flash.
I'm the tribesman. It's the fire. Yours. I swear by my sword. Out of my sight.
A touch of frost. Here.
Oh.
Submit for judgment.
I don't know, maybe they just buffed certain elemental interactions or something, and that's why I'm dealing more damage, or I'm not entirely certain about that. Maybe it just feels like it and they actually didn't do anything at all.
Nice and spicy. This body belongs to ice and snow.
That was a lot of stuff. Okay, let's see. So this one I certainly haven't looked at. Yeah, it's decided. We'll let her go this time. After all, it's not my job, and it's not as if she is some monster charging at me like an Ochimusha might. I'm all tuckered out already. I thought I'd run into a long-lost friend. Feeling so exhausting. How many more of these are going to be here? What the hell? I thought there were only, like, 3 here. Or maybe actually only 1. Oh, that was weird. Okay. Do you think that one's below the lake? Or maybe it's below one of the upper stones?
Take this!
I actually have to remember which one of the foxes I haven't talked to yet. Or haven't looked at yet, rather.
Yeah.
Are you fucking serious? This one? No, that's not what I... Guess I'll just follow the previous example and use End of the Hakushin bloodline as the second line. I am no master on Miyuji after all. You are that person who seems very nice on the surface. Hey, long time no see. Guess you're still so cold to me, huh? Wait, no. Who are you? The scent. Time for the cleansing ritual again. I am... Call me Hana Chirasato. No need to tell me, I get it. I thought you had returned for a moment there. Huh. So that's what happened. Yeah, don't worry about it. Nice to meet you, Miss Hana Chirasato. I remember now. About the sacred Sakura. About you. About Raiden. Wait. Perhaps what you're seeing right now is not me, but Iori in disguise. Iori? After all, Miss Hana Chirasato, you've never seen me in person before, right? I'm not sure there would be much difference either way, if my memory serves. Come on, that was uncalled for. But this name... Yeah, the second line reads, End of the Hakushin bloodline. Yeah, that's the person that's prompted us to do this quest in the first place. That was a weird interaction, though, especially since you only see the woman. Okay, so where's the last one, then? This one, probably. I also saw a locked chest, by the way, in the background. Then let us part ways. Oh, then let us part ways here. Why is it always only displaying one of them? That's so weird. Even though they're talking to each other. You're so cold. Rosy-cheeked in the morning, bleached bones by dusk. Oh, come on. It was at least half an emotional reunion for me. Actually, maybe it was more like 1/4. You're gone already? Come on. What exactly is happening here? The hell? So we're sort of seeing their, I guess, relationship and or secret date. Who saw me now? Oh, for fuck's sake! Are you kidding me?
Lightning slash! Swift and merciful.
At the frying pan. Go as one.
Spirit blade.
Here.
I was gonna say that's not gonna work, but with her super now, should be fairly easy to just meld her. If she doesn't constantly teleport away.
A touch of frost.
I swear by my sword.
Take this. Submit for judgment. Swift and merciful. Bellowing thunder. Here.
Go as one. Barbados, guide us.
She just immediately lost her shield again. Alright, nice. Wait, where was that chest that I saw earlier? It's over there. Let's just grab that real quick. I think it's here, right? Yeah.
Nice and spicy.
Forth, my grip. From whence you came.
Wind, hear me.
Things are going a little too smoothly today.
Something... Oh, yeah. Okay. Must have dropped something else as well. Okay. Interestingly enough, the quest area is actually quite a bit larger than what you'd assume it to be. How many of these things are here? That's like the, what? The 7th, 8th one? Something like that? Yes, it looks like the spirit veins here can still be used. Her familiars are also here. Yes, it's a fine place. Well then, allow me to use sacred words to protect this ward. And the first line shall be, in the name of Narukami's envoy. Finally, we got all the 3 lines. Well, that was convenient that we got this lens and whatnot. Time to unlock the seal. The first line is, in the name of Narukami's envoy. Paimon remembers that the second line should be... Oh, so in the name of Narukami's envoy and of the Hakushin bloodline, bring forth the fried tofu! That's so dumb. That's right, fried tofu! It was delicious fried tofu. That should do the trick. It does indeed. Obtain the ward. Oh. Oh, that's the ward that I needed. Find the barrier. Well, fuck. Now I just need to remember where the hell that was. But yeah, there was a, was it the cave below the village, though? That was where we originally found the, Wait, was it? Well, in the cave below the village, I fought that samurai ghost character. I don't really remember, though, if it might have been... Wait, have I already done this one? No. Ah, there is another one. Oh, hello. Hi. Fuck's sake, where's the thing? So I place like one here. Oh, really? I feel like I might still be missing one, honestly.
Take this.
Oh, well, wait, I still got the chest, apparently. So the enemies can count for that as well? That's pretty cool. Wait, how was I supposed to do it originally, though?
Submit for judgment.
What? What?
I swear by my sword.
Boba, get them! Nice and spicy.
Lightning flash.
I hope the others find
I
some.
guess I might have overlooked one of these relay stones, potentially? That was interesting. Or maybe you're supposed to do it this way. They only need to be connected once, actually. Oh, have I not been here? So there's one chest here, and I see another chest over there.
From whence you came.
I don't know. What is he murmuring to himself?
Things are going a little too smoothly today.
It's still actually somewhat strange to me that most of the chests that are barred off seem to be chests that are common for some reason. Okay, wait. So, where was the other one that I just saw? somewhere over there, right? The one in the lake, I think I've already obtained. Is this the one that I saw?
Let's get down to business.
Here! More! A touch of fire.
I'm the frying pan.
Wind, hear me.
Submit for judgment. Following thunder! Take this!
Boba, get going one.
Swift and merciful. Lightning flash!
Well, that was easy.
None of this will go to waste.
I think this was the chest that I saw. Oh, hey, there's another one of these here. Oh god, there's... They're really, really difficult to follow sometimes. That guy, I've already dealt with him. Pretty sure, yeah. Hey, where'd this thing fly off to? Well, that's annoying. You see it and then it's just gone? It's not down there, right? Oh, there it is. Holy fuck, how are you supposed to see that? Honestly, they're a little bit too fast for you to follow them. Right? I don't know. I mean, I like that they're not just Sealies again, because we've had a lot of those, obviously, in the first two areas. So I like that they've done something different this time, but I do wish they would be slightly easier to follow. Hi, buddy.
Is this...
Here! Nice and spicy. Eat this!
One with my blood...
I swear by my sword.
Spirit blade. Attack! Lightning flash!
Bye-bye. Shouldn't have stood up to fight me. Okay, do I just want to... So, I definitely remember going down into a... What the fuck is happening? Why is the weather so weird all of a sudden? What? Why is the weather so weird when you go over there? What is that connected to? What the hell? That was quite strange. But anyways, what I was going to say is, oh, because I was close to the forest. All right, now I get it. I was definitely in a cave that had a shrine where you had to insert the very quest item that I just got. The problem is I don't really remember where that was. And I don't think it was the one in the village, though maybe it was? Not entirely sure, honestly. Let's just go back through the well. Maybe it was here. It's honestly still somewhat weird to me that the barriers don't don't go away. Yeah, so wait, do I have to do this again? Here, wait. So this was 2, this is 3. Then that was 4. And this is 5. I don't know if it was here, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I already did this, right? Yeah, as I suspected, it wasn't this cave. There was another one somewhere that looked actually very similar, that had similar sort of lantern things like this. And it prompted me to place an item within them, right? I don't remember where it was, though. I mean, it could have been anywhere, honestly. It wasn't... Was it in the underwater space? No. That was completely sealed off, right? Was it? I actually don't remember. When I went underwater into this place, I fought the thing that's down there. I'm pretty sure that wasn't where I found the cave, though. It is actually quite strange that the quest literally doesn't give you anything, though. I mean, as I said, I found the cave somewhere earlier. Oh. Wait, was it down here, maybe? In Inazuma City? Was it below the city? There was like a... it might have been. How would I get there, though? Well, that was weird. What's the fastest way to get back there? There's like a big cave here. Might have not been here, though. Was there even anything down here? I do remember there being something here, but I just don't remember what it was. Maybe there wasn't. Is it over there? No. That's just an exit to this place. Maybe it wasn't here. Fuck! Why do I not remember that? Shit. Hell, there is something up there, though. I do see that. It's not it, though. Because clearly that's still locked. Oh, boy. Yeah, I mean... Oh, wait.
Lightning flash!
Go as one!
I think I found another one of these here somewhere, right? Wasn't there another one on the other side that looked very similar? Oh yeah, there are a couple of these here. Okay, guess whatever you have to do with them is probably related to another quest then. Okay, never mind. I don't think that's the place I wanted to get to. Wait, let me double check then. If I go back to the coast, because that's where I exited last time, right? And that's not where I went this time. Oh wait, fuck. Wrong direction. What's that guy doing? Man, that's frustrating. I should have I probably should have marked that location on my map, to be honest. How the fuck did... What? I wasn't even down there. Are you serious? So, yeah, the other exit that I opened up was this one. But doesn't this just lead back to where I was earlier? Yeah, it's literally the same. Literally the same cave. Well, fuck. Maybe it was the underwater stuff? No. Pretty sure the underwater thing was just one big square room where I fought the enemy and then it was basically done. You know what? Let me take a very quick break and maybe I'll come up with a solution while I'm sitting on the toilet. Be right back. Okay. Let's think about this again. I am really not sure where this could have been. So the thing is, I was here right about now, right? And the sort of the waterfalls and everything, it definitely wasn't there. I'm also pretty sure that it was a cave of some sort, right? So it was... I feel like it must have been, maybe it was here? Was it below this thing? Let's go over there again. I don't know, the weird part about this is though that these are all places that seem somewhat unrelated to the other one. Oh, I see a chest over there. Yeah, this doesn't really contain anything more, right? Again, it could have been underwater, but... The weird part is that it was a place that was very distinct once you were in it, which makes me even more confused why I'm not able to remember where I went for it. Obviously, I ended up there on accident, right? I didn't originally plan to go there, but... Can you stop standing, like, really close on the edge, though? That I don't have to jump after you?
Nice and spicy. Barbados, guide us.
At least now the other guy's coming back.
Submit for judgment, Barry.
Bye-bye.
It was worth the trouble.
Man, that's strange. Oh, I think I've never actually been to those ruins, have I? Think? Hiromi? You should be around here. Let's split up and search. What? The hell are you going on about? Hiromi's watch. Go to the north of Naruto to find traces of Shun. Okay, well, that's another quest then. Huh. Oh, that was this guy? Was that the guard that we found idling? Huh? Why are you here? And who's that you've brought along? Didn't we agree to meet alone? I understand, but if it's about that case, then tell your colleagues that it's not time yet. This isn't about that. It's the matter from last week. The one you promised me about. No, not that case? Then which one are you talking about? I'm a law-abiding citizen these days, you know? I'm squeaky clean. Yeah, that's why you look like one of the treasure hoarders, I'm sure. This isn't the time we agreed on either way. I mean, I just got out of jail 2 weeks ago. Oh yeah, you're an upstanding citizen, all right? Oh yeah, I've got it now. Are you trying to preemptively arrest me to gain some credit? No, that's not it at all. And what gain would there be in catching someone like you? Ouch. Not on the feelings, man. I'm at least a treasure hoarder cadre. I have you know that I'm pretty well known on the streets, too. Of course you are. No, wait. I get it now. You must be... You're a treasure hoarder? Man, not even knowing who the treasure hoarders are? Is your colleague over here new or something? Shut up. Listen, Shun is my informant. Please, don't make an unnecessary fuss out of this. Look, Kazu, I came here with this friend of mine to ask you about where Big Sis is. I want to get in touch with her again. Oh, what on earth are you laughing at, huh? What's your issue? Yeah, what he said. You're hilarious. So here's the skinny traveler. The three of us have known each other since we were wedding beds. This was back before the Sakoku decree, way before Hiromi became some stick in the mud, too. Just look at what the commission headquarters did to a good boy like him. With me, they turned a good boy into a public servant who protects the people. With him, they turned a bad boy into a treasure hoarder. All right, I'll be straight with you. See, you know who we were before the Sakoku decree was implemented, right? There you have it. That's why she left Inazuma. Bet you wrote about Uyu Restaurant in your last letter, eh? Don't worry, I miss it too. We even had a drink there the day before the Sakoku decree took effect. Everyone could tell what you were thinking, trust me. But, well, isn't it a crying shame that your shogun hates outlander drifters, eh? Let's just get back to business. Is any of this business? Alright, I'm done messing with you. And I'd love to help you too, but I don't think I can. What do you mean? It's a long story. Get to the point. So, Big Sis and I were in Julian Karst not long ago. You know about the Julian Karst, right? Home of the Adepti, shiny golden core lapis, light blue noctilus jade, the works. That's where all the rare and exotic treasures gifted by heaven are buried, you know? They say that the Adepti... I've been there. Oh, okay. So, Big Sis and I were casing Julian Karst. Everything was going well at first, but we were even able to conceal ourselves from the Adepti. We planned on treating ourselves to something nice after casing that point, and we were just about to head back, and then there was a whistling cry between the rocks at the sea, and 2 swords were drawn. 2 people leapt in front of us, 1 man and 1 woman yelling, "Bandits, there's nowhere to run!" What? It was a pair of warriors from the Guhua clan. That was it, we thought. We were done for. Oh yeah, and, you know, I've heard that man is named Get to the Point. So the man's called Sun Yu, and the woman's called Little Kua? Big Sis and I had to split right there. I've got no clue where she is now. Thank you. You saved me a lot of time there. What? Scope of our search has been narrowed down a lot. All you need to do now is check with those 2 members of the Guhua clan, and there should be hope of finding her yet. Oh, right. Yeah, let me just go back to Liyue, of course. This bottle and her badge. I can only rest easy after I've returned both of these to her. I'm embarrassed to ask, but can you please help me out? You're not going yourself? I have other duties. It would be hard for me to leave. Oh, I have other duties. It will be hard for me to leave. You're useless. How can you take yourself seriously? What with your pathetic salary and having to flatter your superiors constantly? It's getting late anyway. You should go back to your post. I don't know what to say. You want to be a good public servant and the lackey of the commissioner, yet you can't let go of your friendship or forget the throbbing of your heart, even though your paths have diverged so much. You don't have the guts to make your own choices. You're just a wuss who throws your duties to others. Whoa. He's really lashing out here. Don't you worry, those choices will come back to you in the end. When that time comes, you won't be able to hide anymore. Don't you lecture me. That's right. How could I forget? I'm an outlander thief, and you're a public servant. You should be the one lecturing me. Well, traveler, look like it's your time to save the day again. I'm not going to play house with this petty public servant a second longer. I've got my own job to do. You alright over there? No, I'm fine. Oh, he wasn't speaking complete nonsense. And I'm afraid that I still need you to do this for me. Just this once. Thanks. I will seize the next opportunity when it comes along with my own hands. Well, I best be back soon or my superior will get mad. Thanks again for your help. Take care of yourself. If anything urgent should crop up, you know where to find me in Ritu. And we actually have to go to Dewey on Cast. Cool. Anyways, sacrificial offering. Okay, so I definitely haven't been here before then, I think. Ooh. Wait, I wonder if this is connected to the underwater cave structure. This doesn't look like I'm able to open it yet, honestly. Yeah, this looks like I need some way to lower the water level. This is either connected to a quest 2 or it's something completely different. Wait, that's... Oh, that's... Yeah, that's the other thing that I was actually wondering about. The one that, the electroloculi thing that showed up earlier. Where I wasn't quite sure where it was supposed to be. I think it's just... it's probably below here somewhere. Oh, that's not what I was looking for, though. Where the fuck could that cave be? So it's not below this place. In general, there was not really all that much in the city proper. And there's like something over here. That's a long shot, though. Not quite sure if I've ever even been down here, honestly. No. It also doesn't really look as if there's anything here. Well, no, I think I might have actually been here at some... Yeah, I was definitely here. There was a... That's that island that I drove to. I definitely got some chests here already. I honestly have a feeling like it was somewhat close, because I'm pretty sure that I actually discovered it shortly after this cave, to be honest. I remember being slightly confused that it looked very similar to the other cave. Wait. Maybe it wasn't a cave at all? The shrine where I was earlier was here. Maybe it was... Maybe it wasn't a shrine at all. Like, it might have been... No, it wouldn't have been here, though. Oh, for fuck's sake, I don't want to fight you. Oh no, it wasn't here either, though. And if I go off to the right, I just end up at the estate again. Pretty sure that it wasn't back here anywhere. I feel like I would have remembered that. Oh boy. But this just leads up to the shrine, right? This is just the path where I actually talked to the, or where I looked at the small fox statues. But I mean, I've already been down at the well again in the village, so it can't really be there either. Seriously, how the hell did I manage to do that? How the hell did I actually find this place where I have to put this ward thing? The next thing to do now is to dispel the barrier associated with it. Hide the barrier. Why do you not get any fucking hint for this? Fuck. There's also a billion different enemies around here, everywhere. Don't want to constantly fight one. I mean, this just leads up to the shrine, right? So this is just where I was earlier. These places are quite a bit smaller than you'd actually assume them to be, right? I mean, will these rocks just fly out of the ground? Okay, but looks somewhat weird. I assume there has to be another sort of cave system below here, right? Because I don't see the electro thing that I'm supposed to collect. Man! God, this is probably one of the most annoying situations for me, because I hate not remembering things. I absolutely hate that feeling of knowing that you should know something, yet you can't remember where the fuck it was. I have a visual, sort of a mental image of what it looked like, but I can't remember where I saw it. Why? I mean, I very well might just accidentally run across it again. It's not necessarily something that I have to deal with right now, but you know what? Let me just do something else right now. I'm sure I'll see it eventually again. So yeah, let's just go here now. Let's continue with the main story for now, and maybe either I'll remember where it was, or maybe I'll just run across it accidentally at some point. I find it weird that he has the reputation thing above his head, yet you can't do reputation quests yet. Alright.
Oh, Ayaka! Guess who fulfilled all your wishes? Huh? Ayaka! Huh?
get an actual cutscene for this? And now we're actually meeting, huh?
Traveler, Paimon, it is a pleasure to finally meet you both face to face.
I get that they want their I get that they want her introduction to be something special, but why make it like a 20-second cut? I don't know.
I have heard all about how you helped our 3 friends. My sincerest thanks to you.
Yeah, that was a weird thing. And we didn't really help at all. The damage done by losing a vision can't be completely undone.
Yeah. Short of getting them their visions back, it seems like there's no way to really help them. Ayaka, how come this time you get to come out and meet us in person?
Because now that you have done the 3 things I asked of you, I consider you to be my friends. As you will observe, I dispense with the screen for Toma also.
Well, okay. That was an easy way to become friends.
Mm-hmm. Wait a second. But isn't Toma your, servant? Paimon's happy to help and all, but Paimon sure as heck did not sign up to be a servant.
I'm the one doing the work anyways, Paimon, so shut the fuck up.
Oh. Paimon, you are most entertaining. Toma is first and foremost my friend, and was so before he ever became my attendant.
Oh, okay then. Ayaka, you seem pretty different out in the open compared to how you are behind the screen. Alright, we can be friends.
Does she seem all that different? Also, it's really actually kind of weird how your MC just holds up his hand like that. Anyway, friend request accepted.
Thank you both kindly. Back to the matter at hand. You have now witnessed the pain of those deprived of their visions. What are your feelings on what you have seen?
Honestly, seeing her character design now, like in a cutscene, sort of properly in game, it really looks pretty cool because she wears like a cool combination of a dress combined with sort of a samurai garb. It's a really, really cool look, honestly. It seems to be a fate worse than death. Well, I wouldn't actually go that far, to be honest. I mean... I hope they can one day be free from the torment.
Perhaps in the eyes of a deity such as the almighty Shogun, the lives of those who inhabit the world are inconsequential. Thunders roar, lightnings flash, the winds assault, and the rains descent. All these things take place with no regard for the feelings of the common people.
But this Vision Hunt decree has only existed for a short amount of time.
But I believe that surely you understand what they must endure. It seems that perhaps now you can appreciate my feelings on all of this. In which case, perhaps you would be willing to reconsider your stance?
I mean, yeah. I said so last time, but it was really, really dumb that we weren't helping her from like the get-go because it seemed so obvious that we need to do it anyways. And also it just makes sense, right?
You will? Really?
You must keep the promise you made me. Which is a dumb thing to say, considering that if we're fighting the Vision Hunt decree, we would logically be, opposed to the Shogun, and therefore would have to eventually meet with her anyways, right?
Naturally.
All right, bravo, my lady. You were right all along.
See? I
I told you he wouldn't reject them. I'd placed my trust in the right person after all. Now then, given that the remainder of our discussion pertains to matters of a more confidential nature, perhaps we could move to the Komori Tea House? We ought not to involve other members of the Yashiro Commission.
Is there anybody here? I mean, this seems like a huge room with nobody in it but us, so...
Well,
oh, do we get there directly? Nice.
Please continue without me. I'll keep watch.
Wait, haven't you done so in the previous cutscene?
deal with this place anyway.
Oh, I guess he meant
Favorite meeting spot.
he was gonna keep watch outside so that nobody came in or eavesdropped.
This is land that was gifted to the Yashiro Commission by the Shogun. The Kamisato clan has the exclusive right to plan, build, and repair any property on this land, and even to allow or deny access.
Still like the doggo.
Such privileges exist due to the Yashiro Commission's role in managing ceremonial affairs. Oftentimes, it is not appropriate to discuss details in front of bystanders.
Oh, Paimon gets it. Gotta keep a bit of mystery, right?
Once the number of ceremonial affairs conducted in the city began to decline, our forebears built a tea house here. Only members of the Yashiro Commission are permitted to come and go as they please.
As in... tea ceremonies also being a thing of theirs, probably?
Makes sense. Perfect place for a secret base.
I like how there was just a random dude walking in the background that probably could hear everything that we were saying.
In any case, we can talk freely here. I presume you have a few questions that you wish to ask me?
Do we? Have you raised a formal objection to the Vision Hunt decree?
Of course. We have tried on numerous occasions. Unfortunately, each time a proposal to repeal the decree arrives at Tenshukaku, it is promptly vetoed by both the Tenryou Commission and the Kanjo Commission, and subsequently scrapped.
Okay, so the other two commissions are on the side of the Shogun then. Interesting.
They invariably adopt a stance of unconditional support for the Shogun's decisions. They have no interest in discussing anything. It almost makes one wonder whether they had a hand in the Shogun's sudden decision to issue the Vision Hunt decree.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably... I mean, there are really only two options, right? Either there was some groundbreaking, natural law-bending thing that happened that made the gods say, oh, we need to change our stance, or change the stance that I've, held for many, many hundreds and thousands of years, or the commissions influence the gods somehow. So it seems likely, but then again, how would these commissions be able to actually influence the Shogun if they're a god of thunder? What kind of god is the Raiden Shogun?
The almighty Shogun. I've seen her on but only a few occasions, most of them formal ceremonies. She inspires awe, commands respect, and exudes a sense of absolute authority. But as I recall, there was something else about her that struck me even more deeply.
I wonder what that was. So the thing is, right, with this description, I don't think she would be sort of pushed over in her decisions by these two commissions. That being said, maybe they blackmailed her in some form.
It was her almost complete lack of any emotion. In that sense, she appeared to me to be less of a ruler and more of, well, an executive official, I suppose. focused exclusively on her single goal of implementing eternity, acting accordingly without feeling.
Well, that could also go a few different ways. Either those feelings were taken away from her as well by somebody, somehow. Maybe somebody that secretly in the background wants to control the land. That could be one thing. Or the Shogun herself somehow lost her emotions because of some, again, maybe I don't know. What would a god lose though? I mean, she wouldn't really have any relatives, I suppose. Because I was thinking that maybe, there was some deeply defining moment in her life that sort of turned off her emotions and then maybe made her force everybody else to not have emotions either. Right? That could also be a thing. That seems somewhat unlikely, though. Again, considering just how long these gods rule. So I still think it's probably been somewhat of an external thing, right? Is no one else fighting the decree? I mean, a lot of people are, I'd imagine.
Is this? For the vast majority of people, the Vision Hunt decree is something that has no implications whatsoever.
True. I guess.
After all, it is but a tiny minority of people who receive visions. Moreover, it is not unknown for visions to spark jealousy in others.
Also true.
Because of this, the attitude of most people towards the Vision Hunt decree is one of indifference.
This is actually rather a sad affair, isn't it? Because, funnily enough, if we compare that to real-world politics, that's one of the reasons why politics, why nobody ever seems to be satisfied with politics. Arguably it's only sort of a smaller part of the whole sort of concept of government and whatnot, but it is, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's an insignificant one, or rather, I guess we could say that it's in terms of importance, it's not really that high up, but the thing is that the problem here, which is the indifference that she mentioned, very much also spills into other parts of society, right? So what do I mean by that? What I'm actually talking about here is that in theory, right, just mathematically speaking, most issues that come up in politics or in general in government will rarely ever affect an actual significant number of people, right? Sometimes they will. So if, for example, currently, inflation's going up, energy prices are high, gas prices are high, those kinds of really, really major things obviously affect most, if not all, people, right? To a certain degree. But even with those major issues, the people that are most affected by it will only be a minority. Now, it could be a large minority, right? We're speaking 20, 25% of people. Might be smaller. And then you also have to remember, even let's say if it's 20% of those, 20% of people, of those 20% of people, probably 3 to 4% will be either children or maybe fairly old people that don't really, know what's going on anymore. So even like a fairly large minority of 20% of the people in a country end up only really being about 15% of people that actually know what's going on, right? Or have the capacity to know what's going on. And that's one of the biggest sort of groups of people you can have, right? So that would be, let's say, all the people that would be affected, that would severely be affected by an energy crisis, right? So most quote unquote normal people will still be obviously hugely affected by higher prices, but they won't have their lives destroyed, right? They might have to, buy less stuff, or maybe they wouldn't take a big holiday vacation or something. But they can generally manage, right? I'm talking about the people that actually go in debt because of this, right? That actually end up not being able to pay their stuff and whatnot. And that's probably, I don't know, 10%, maybe even less of people, right? So you can see even a major issue like this only really severely affects a quite the minority of people in the large sort of economy scale of things of a country. And then other issues, right? Let's say gay rights, for example, right? Or adoption rights, or maybe rights for people in certain job groups, right? Or regulations pertaining to certain branches of the economy, right? All of those things always only concern basically a minority of people. So then the issue becomes when it gets to voting, right? Everybody votes, yet the decisions that will be made will only ever affect a small number of people. So, well, the problem is, right, that very rarely will you actually actively directly be involved with a certain law or effect of a program or something that the government does, right? Compared to what is being done as a whole, right? Obviously, you could feasibly say that you're being affected by a lot of things over the course of your personal year, but when you really think about it, what if those things were actually a political decision where something got changed in some sort of major way and then actually affected you substantially, right? And I'm not talking about, you're paying two euros more in taxes per month or whatever, right? I'm talking substantial change to your personal life. It very rarely actually ever happens. And so I feel like the problem is that because of this sort of vast difference in, this feeling of, we're in a democracy, I'm voting, and I'm actually, I'm trying to influence decision-making by doing that, versus the side of when the actual decision-making takes place and who that then actually affects and how severely anybody would be affected by it. Those are two very, very different things. And unfortunately, I feel like a lot of these sort of normal people struggle with understanding that, or not even struggle, they don't even try to, right? They just don't think about it. It's exactly this indifference that she's talking about here, where these sort of decisions are being, being made in ways and for certain people or groups of people where you only ever really, and that, I mean, a lot of that also comes back to normal human sort of psychology and who we are as humans, because we don't have the capacity to have like a billion different decisions in our mind at all times, right? Everybody has to sort of live in their own bubble, because otherwise you wouldn't function as a human being, right? You have to cut yourself off in certain ways. You have to only care about things that are very near and dear to you, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to function. It would literally overload your brain, right? But yet we're asking everybody to make this completely overloaded, idealistic, in this sense, actually completely crazy decision of, going voting and trying to change stuff that fundamentally, is not really that directly connected, right? There's so many layers in between, and so I feel like a lot of people just don't really realize sort of this entire huge tree that we have, or rather they realize it, but they choose to ignore it, or they choose to not really engage with the complexity of it. And that can very much and very often result in indifference. Now, the issue there is, right? The issue there is that, well, there are two major issues actually with it. First of all, I think that a lot of people sort of are too indifferent, right? So very often you'll find people that just don't really care, or not even really care. They don't know, right? I mean, I don't know how many times I've talked to even my closest friends, who I do consider to be, somewhat more intelligent maybe than other people, and they just weren't aware of something happening, right? And I sort of sat there in complete sort of, I couldn't believe that they just didn't know about that, or that they didn't really think about something at all, right? When it came to certain political positions or decisions or whatever, right? And so that's like a big, big issue, that a lot of people choose to be pretty ignorant on a lot of topics, right? But the even bigger issue is that it's sort of it is loosely connected to the first issue, are people that choose to be indifferent and or ignore the complexity of government and society and everything and how it works together, yet also demand simple solutions, right? Those are the worst people. And, well, they can be Twitter warriors, right? I mean, that's probably actually the most harmless one of them. The problem is when people actually, demonstrate for change while at the same time being completely ignorant of actual issues and stuff. And we see that more and more, sadly, also in Europe, where, I think it was like Sweden voted right. Italy voted a fascist or former fascist woman into office, right? So that's majorly concerning. But the biggest issue there is just this complete indifference of those people to many of the problems that exist within our society. But then they're demanding simple answers, or they actually actively want to make the lives of those people they're indifferent towards worse, for no reason other than making their life worse, right? Because it's not elevating their own life. That's the weirdest part about all of this. That's always when you hear people screaming about, refugees are coming in, or the poor people are taking our taxes away. I mean, that's a big argument here. Probably US won't know about that, right? But that's a big argument here where people are saying, we have to pay so many taxes, and people are, just taking our money because they're poor and they don't want to work. No, it's not that they don't want to work. It's that work isn't worth enough, right? And well, it's just so incredibly stupid, because when you fundamentally think about it, right, if we don't take in refugees, that does not make our own lives better. It just worsens the lives of the refugees, right? And so there's this fundamental thing of this dumb, idiotic fear of you will suffer
if somebody else's life gets better, and that's not true at all, right? The only reason why we suffer is because some rich people decide to make our laws, and the difference in the difference between the rich and the poor has grown larger and larger and larger over the last decades, right? And that's just something that creates a whole lot of issues and will continue to create these, right? And they're not gonna be resolved by taking away gay rights or women's rights or refusing refugees to enter countries or whatever, right? That's not going to improve your living condition. What is going to improve your living condition is when people start to fundamentally think about, oh, hey, maybe we should be a more social country, right? Because that has been proven to work, right? I mean, we're not talking about some weird alien concept here, right? We're talking about things that today countries are doing and have been doing for a very long time, and it's actively shown to benefit everybody's mental health, basically, and make everybody happier. Yet we still choose to ignore it for some reason. I don't know. Ooh, that was a big rant. But it's, it's a very, very interesting thing that they're picking on here. I don't think that Genshin will do much with this topic and specifically, mostly because this is also it's supposed to be about something entirely different, obviously, right? But I did find it interesting. I mean, it's like this sort of indifference. I mean, it's definitely something that is near and dear to my heart personally, because I've firsthand experienced it, right? Where you're talking about fundamental socioeconomic issues and whatnot, and people are just completely ignorant to things and will just talk about whatever they themselves deem as worth their time, or not even that, but they're just, there's some issues where they just pale in comparison to what people, that actually are poor have to live through. And you read these horrible stories of, families that can't afford to feed their children anymore because their energy bill is rising. And then somebody else comes around the corner and says, but no, I want to drive fast with my car, right? And you just shake your head and say, well, how can you be so fucking ignorant of other people's problems, right? And that's the thing, right? That's the thing. So I fully understand that you don't want to have anything taken away from you. But at the same time, you still have to weigh it against other people's life, right? I mean, again, I'm not demanding that everybody's constantly thinking about starving kids in Africa, right? That doesn't solve anything. That just makes your life miserable. So it's fine to choose to ignore problems for your own mental health. That's okay. That's completely fine, right? But if you choose to indulge in things that are just plain unnecessary, that are just luxurious things that you decide to gift to yourself, first of all, that's completely fine, right? Gifting those things to yourself every now and then, that's completely fine. But I feel like you should still be aware of what you're doing and what it means in the grand context of our planet, literally, right? In a lot of cases. And at least to be aware of that, right? I mean, again, it's completely fine to say, hey, I got a raise, let's lease a really cool car for a year, right? Sure, go ahead, do that. That's fine. Or maybe, on your birthday, you're gonna rent a really cool Ferrari and drive it around for a day or something, right? Completely fine. But don't, buy a mediocre Mercedes and loudly drive around the neighborhood because you think you've now made it and you're driving a cool car and you have to show it off to everybody, while also being completely ignorant to social issues. And that's another thing, right? That's sort of the thing that I'm talking about, is the more you do, so it's completely, like, if you do certain stuff once, twice a year, it's completely fine, right? But the more you do, and the more you have, the more responsibility you have in my book, right? The more money you have, the more influence you have, the more you are buying for yourself. The more you do that, the more you also have to be aware of issues, right? That's the only thing that I'm really demanding of people, is that if you are buying luxurious things constantly, then you also should constantly think about what those things cost for other people, right? And how difficult they might have been to produce, or what that cost in, like, what the environmental cost could have been, and so on and so forth, right? So the less indifference you're allowed to be in my book. Anyways, let's get back to the game.
How can they be like that? Paimon's getting mad.
See, Paimon understood what I was saying.
Nevertheless, in addition to us, there is also the resistance on Watatsumi Island.
Wait, isn't that the other two commissions? I thought they were there.
Resistance? You mean like an army fighting against the decree?
Oh,
yes.
That's what you mean.
Many who have lost or fear losing their visions have rallied together under Sangonomiya on Watatsumi Island to form a resistance group. To say a little more about Sangonomiya, historically, there has always been some conflict between them and the shogunate of Narukami Island due to their different belief systems. But I do wonder whether there may be some other agenda behind their resistance movement, beyond merely fighting the Vision Hunt decree.
Maybe they looked at it as a good opportunity to overthrow the shogunate? I have no further questions.
Oh? What would you like to know, Paimon?
Have you got a plan yet to fight the Vision Hunt decree?
Yeah, that's kind of an important question. See, I hate how they're just playing. I mean, I don't even dislike Paimon. It's just that I don't know. I really dislike, however, how they're sometimes portraying the main character.
To be honest, we do not.
What?
Please, do not forget that challenging the Vision Hunt decree is tantamount to challenging a deity. Coming to terms with that is already a difficult step to take.
So what are we gonna do?
Well, for the moment, all we can do is try and reduce the harm that is being caused by this decree. For example, by providing vision bearers with safe refuge, or manufacturing counterfeit visions for them as a contingency measure.
Does that really help, though, if all their ambitions are being taken away?
You're telling Paimon that there are people out there who can make fake visions?
Don't underestimate the talents of the craftspeople in Hanamizaka. To the naked eye, their counterfeits are indistinguishable from the genuine article.
What exactly? Oh, wait. So they're trying to make it so that only the counterfeit versions or the counterfeit visions are actually being taken? I must have been an event here. I kind of want one too. What are these options? What the fuck?
The problem we are facing right now is that
She
Master
ignores it anyway.
Masakatsu, who was providing us with counterfeit visions, has recently been arrested by the Tenryou Commission.
Well, that's no big surprise.
Darn! So they found out about it? Ugh.
Yes. We knew it was not a long-term solution, and that it was only a matter of time before it would be exposed. But we cannot simply abandon Master Masakatsu.
Yeah, he saved many others.
Exactly. I feel the same way. But given mine and Toma's identities as part of the Yashiro Commission, breaking him out of prison would risk dragging down the reputation of the entire Kamisato clan should we be caught. That would only serve to cast suspicion on any future activity we might seek to attempt.
So that's where I come in.
By no means do we intend to place the burden of such a task on your shoulders alone. When you are ready, go to Hanamizaka and look for a fireworks shop run by the Naganohara family. There, you will find someone who can help you.
Yeah, this entire setup of Inazuma so far, like the background setup or overarching story, is really, really cool, right? It's political intrigue and this mysterious decree that nobody really knows why it even exists. All of a sudden, combined with this weird, mysterious statue that they're apparently building out of the visions, that contains all of these ambitions and memories of the people that had their visions taken away. I just wish that the individual quests would, have way more attention to detail in that regard. And actually properly build on the, things they're setting up here. The commission's commission. Talk to Madame Yakube. Oh, that's outside. Oh, now do we get the reputation thing? Alright. Oh wait, that wasn't actually the reputation thing, right? Oh no, never mind, it is. But wait, so that's interesting then that the tea house is so special because the shogunate is here, right? Or did I misunderstand it? That's why the statue is here? I wonder why nobody tried to, just blow up the statue or something and then just collect the visions again, maybe? Don't really know if that would work, to be honest, but, you never know. Did I say Madame Hyakubai? Click, talk to Susan?
There are still documents that need to be seen by the commission.
What? Is that what? Is that like a random quest? Scenery here is rather lovely. If only someone was around to take a picture for me. Oh, are you the traveler? Great. I was just looking for someone to help me out. My name is Susan, and I'm from Mondstadt. My husband is here in Inazuma on a business trip, so I came here with him. But we had no idea that the situation in Inazuma would become like this. Since we can't go home anyway, I suggested that we travel around Inazuma. Unfortunately, my husband is really lazy, and I couldn't get him out the door. I ended up traveling by myself. But I don't have anyone who can take pictures of me, for me, which is a crying shame. I'd asked a friend of mine to help purchase this camera and fontaine and all too. But since you are here, traveler, may I ask you to help me take some pictures? Sure. Please tell me if my pose is alright or not. Should I tilt my head a bit? I'm ready now. Do I actually have to take out my camera? That's somewhat annoying. Oh. Wait. I really hate that the camera doesn't go into some ego perspective. That is so weird. Not bad. I'm a natural born beauty after all. Wasn't I completely in the frame for? Oh, traveler, you're such a sweet talker. Come, this is your reward for pictures of me. Here you go. Okay, cool. That was strange, but okay.
Oh, wait, that's a side quest. That's not actually the quest here. Sometimes that's a little bit strange in how they're displaying that, right? Because they all look like the same thing, but whatever. This should unlock the reputation, however, though, I hope. Honored guest, a moment, if you please. I trust you are the traveler of whom Miss Kamisato has previously spoken. Then please forgive my intrusion. I am Adarame Yakube, a retainer of the Kamisato clan. I've heard tell of your great deeds, and Miss Kamisato thinks extremely highly of you. No doubt you're one of great honor and worthy of our trust. I've long since wished for the pleasure of making your acquaintance. Unfortunately, I have been unable to extricate myself from my duties recently. What do you want? Too kind, too kind. On the contrary, it is you who are too modest. Even the Yashiro Commissioner Kamisato Ayato herself... Himself? Ayato. Oh, Ayaka. Okay. Himself has mentioned you before. He too believes that you are worthy of our trust. I'll get to the point. Since the Yashiro Commission oversees worship at the shrine, we often have the occasion to hear about people's earnest ambitions. Miss Kamisato, being as kind and thoughtful as she is, convinced the Yashiro Commissioner to allocate resources to help people realize their ambitions. I completely forgot she's not actually the leader of the clan. She's the daughter of the leader, right? I'm pretty sure. After some deliberation, he decided to establish a public commission system as the means of achieving this. I'm the one he assigned to organize it. The remuneration is more than ample, but the problem is that there are too many commissions and not enough people to handle them. If you were willing to lend your assistance, that would be wonderful. If you're unable to start right away, that's no problem. You can simply find me in a few days' time when your schedule is freer. I have compiled the details of the commissions that we've received so far if you wish to take a closer look. Inazuma quests 2 of 45. What the actual fuck? Oh boy. Okay, so these aren't unlocked yet, but honestly, I think that I should probably complete Liyue first, since I haven't done that yet. World exploration is 17%. Fuck. I'm so far away from the current things. Whatever. The wind glider looks pretty awesome, though. Definitely want to have that. Also, what else do you get here? So you get special seeds, recipe, whatever this is. Use this to increase gliding movement speed by 30% for 30 seconds. You probably have to equip that though, right? That's actually really annoying, in my opinion, that you constantly have to equip that stuff. What is this? Oh, the resonance stone, right, to find the rest of those. And the treasure compass. Alright. Cool though. If you should ever have the time and the desire, we would be most grateful indeed for your help. If all goes well, you will not only be well compensated, but your reputation in Inazuma will be enhanced. Of course, even one such as yourself cannot become a local legend overnight. As with many things in life, you will need to start from something small and work your way up. Specifically, this means that as your reputation builds up, the commissions you have access to will grow in complexity. Consider it a gauge of the level of trust that people here place in you. Please give it some thought. It goes without saying that I'd be thrilled if you were willing to help out. I'll leave you to think it over. Cool. And I actually got a recipe for it. Oh, right, completely forgot that I had this one too. It's the quest item, your recipe. 7 of these. So that's still not enough to rank up further, unfortunately. Alright. And where exactly does the main quest go now? Let's actually check out my expedition stuff real quick.
Add Astra.
Okay, I definitely still need this. The thing is, I have now a character that has a bonus for Inazuma. Problem is, I haven't really discovered that many things here yet. I mean, it might still be beneficial to grab these things. Why was I sending out so... Oh yeah, I need the bird eggs for... I need the bird eggs for something. But I definitely need these as well. Yeah, let's still send him out for the bird eggs. I just need those. Also, let's see if I can cook something. Honestly, well, I'm still not as far as I would like to be. I just need to sort of slowly catch up to what people are currently doing. At least there's no other current event going on, right? I mean, the new content has released, but beyond that, there isn't really that much going on. So thankfully, I do have some time to catch up now, I feel like. So yeah, let's maybe end the stream with a couple of other things. So first of all, I think I can actually craft. Well, this would require 60 of the normal flesh thing. Is this the new recipe? I think it might be. Let's actually craft these. So I can craft 15. So yeah, I'm gonna look through my food that I can craft. And then what else is there? I can still spend 40 resin, which I think I might have to spend on level up materials. Because, I mean, in theory, the current objective is still... well, it's a little bit of a difficult topic, because I definitely slowly want to get to the part where I can upgrade more artifacts. I still need to actually upgrade 8 5-star artifacts to level 20. So I have done 5 so far. I'm currently working on the 6th one. 6th one. Yeah. So in theory, I would actually need artifacts. The one other thing that I want to do, though, as well, is level up Ningguang to 80. Which would require a couple more kills of the Earth thing, the thing that gives you the Earth upgrade ascension material things, and I need a lot more experience books now, especially since I spent a bunch of them on the new characters that I got, just to level them up slightly, right? And yeah, so that's kind of something that I would like to do. Oh, I have the Sakura blooms now. Let's see. Wow. Why does it have to be all the way on the right? Oh, this really takes a while. So yeah, I have to kind of decide between doing artifact domains. Well, the good thing is, just by going around the world, Around the world, around the world. Just by doing that, you also get some artifacts from chests and whatnot, so, you know, given a little bit of time, I would still acquire a bunch of things to be able to upgrade artifacts. But obviously actually doing artifact domains might help in that case as well. Beyond that, though, well, it's always been a little bit of a difficult decision, right? I've mostly focused on leveling up characters. I mean, in theory, I also still have a lot of talents to level up as well, right? Because I've leveled up a bunch of characters now, but they still actually need their talents to be leveled up as well. What's with this weird fish? Can I buy that here, actually? I don't know if I have actually ever looked at this. Oh, you can buy seagrass as well. Wait, you can just buy crabs here? Oh, it's only 10 though. I see. Sausage, bacon, flour, sugar. And I already bought all the recipes. Alright, that's because he's the restaurant. I think I would have to go here to buy the individual stuff. Yeah, that's where it's at. Alright. Where's the forge? Isn't that also here? Oh yeah, I also completed a weekly, didn't I? Cooked 20 dishes. Nice. Wait. Where's the forge? Oh, that's where the quest is at. Don't accidentally want to trigger the quest, though. Hajime. Let's see. What would I need for that anyways? Oh, it's not for the claymore. Right. Wait a second. Let's see. Prototype Rancor or Iron Sting? Who's currently using those weapons? Which ones are those anyways? That's the Favonius sword. Iron Sting. I gave that to her. But I think I wasn't entirely happy with that choice. I mean, it's not a bad choice per se, because I think she has a talent that scales off of elemental mastery. Wait, do I even have the other one? So maybe I could craft that one then. I mean, in theory, leveling this up more, dealing elemental damage increases all damage by 6% for 6 seconds. That's actually a pretty good effect. So just purely increasing this effect might also be a pretty good idea, honestly. Oh, wait. Kea has that one. Prototype Rancor. On hit, normal or charged attacks increase attack and death by 4% for 6 seconds. That's got a physical damage bonus. Yeah, never mind. Let's craft a second Iron Sting then.
It's time to move on. We should...
This one. I don't get any bonus for that, right?
There goes all my hard-earned ore again. Oh, cool. Which means that Iron Sting details. Actually looks pretty cool, doesn't it? Refine. Increases it to 7.5%. Well, that's all damage increased for 6 seconds though, right? And it has 2 secs, meaning that it's 15%. And it can occur every second? That is actually a pretty crazy effect, isn't it? That's pretty cool. I wish I could actually refine more of these 4-star weapons. I mean, this one's refined to 3, which is also why Ningguang is dishing out, you know, insane amounts of damage. Definitely have to do that eventually with a whole bunch of these weapons, though. Hers is upgraded as well. Both catalysts, weirdly. Alright, well...
I do hope the Knights of Favonius are all working hard.
That used then. That's actually quite a difficult decision. What am I doing with my resin? Let me actually double check on that. So, yeah, I really don't have that many experience level up materials anymore. Actually, let me take a look at some talents. I could level up one of her talents, actually, because I got this one earlier. I would only need a couple masks, which I could craft, since I still have the books. I should probably do that, huh?
The essence of the art is
oh, hello. Nice. Wait, where was the, where's the crafting table? Over there somewhere. Yeah. So, a couple of the blue masks, then. Where are they? These ones. I still don't know which one of these effects is better. 10% chance to obtain double the product, or 25% chance to recover some of the materials used when crafting. I think I only needed like 6 of these, right? Because thankfully I still have the golden books. I don't really want to increase these, so either I'll go with the Gale Blade or just with her normal attacks. I feel like her normal attacks probably makes more sense. Yeah. Let's upgrade this one. That stuff I have, but I don't have the books. I mean, obviously I could also go for the books, right? Instead of anything else. And then again, I mean, what does he need? Oh. Wait, he isn't even leveled up that much. Ooh, maybe I should actually grab these. Are they available today? What do we have? Ah, it's Wednesday. I need to remember to do that on Friday, I think. Yeah, that's probably worth it to increase these a bunch. Because these are still on a very basic level, so it would also be quite easy to do. Man, that's so annoying that you have to scroll through so far, right? To get to the new voice lines. Anyways. Let me see. I was just thinking about something, but no, I'm not so sure anymore. Yeah, so these talent level up materials I would definitely need. Oh, these ones I can do. Wait, why did I never do those? Oh, well, those are only her normal shots, right? Let's craft a bunch of green arrows then. Pretty sure I have those. Yeah. Hey, even a bonus one.
It's time to move on.
I tend to neglect these talent level ups, right? Because they're so obscure in a lot of ways. Now they require these, which I also have. Don't have enough books for that one. Ningguang. That's at level 6. Sure, why not? Alright. Well, that's it sort of for my main party that I'm currently doing, right? I always kind of need to control the stuff though. So eventually I want to level up Diluc, and Beidou, I think, are definitely my next project.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
And I need to go for a Hydro character. Probably also want to level up the new one, Colette, because that's my only Dendro one. But yeah, in terms of... So she could be my second Electro, aside from Maincha, obviously.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
And Diluc could be my second Pyro character. And then, well, Noelle is the only other Dendro that I have, other than Maincha. And Hydro, probably need to level him up at some point. I feel like, or Barbara, because she can heal.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
Well, those will definitely be tough decisions. I mean, eventually I'll be leveling up everybody, but that's gonna take a while, obviously. So I need to focus on a lot of the bigger stuff, I guess. What would you need to ascend further, by the way? These you can craft, right? It's just gonna take really, really long, and this obviously would take very, very long. Anyways, though, I wanted to spend the resin. Well, what do I do? Okay, so I can either do one more level up for Ningguang, or I'll just get the experience stuff. I mean, in theory, it doesn't really make sense for me to get her essential materials if I don't have enough of the experience books, right? So let's just do the experience books. Wherever that is. Over here. I'm also going to do 2 individual ones rather than
one with condensed resin. Obviously, one would be faster, but oh yeah, let me actually change back to official.
In the name of the princess.
But
One with my book.
Wings of darkness.
first one's already dead. What the fuck?
Wind, hear me.
But you also need to complete them for the weekly stuff, right? So if you do them with condensed resin, then unfortunately they won't be
Swift and merciful.
they will only count as one leyline blossom thing. So you potentially need to do extra ones later. So it does make sense to do them individually. What's a faster way to get there? Probably from here, right? Really, these geo slimes can be very annoying if you just want to gather some materials. Why are there so many enemies here? Or chests though. Well, in hindsight, it probably wouldn't have mattered which, area. These things I still don't understand. Like, I don't know how they work. Are you supposed to kill them? I don't think so. They can't only be worth 500 more, right? I feel like that's not nearly enough.
Barbados, guide us.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Ooh. I feel like the music's very loud all of a sudden. Then I thought I evaded that, but alright.
Nice and spiky.
A touch of frost.
Go as planned. I swear by my sword.
Submit for judgment.
Shadow Raven, let night fall. After frog pants, into the fire.
How do I suddenly get so many supers back to back? Well, 24. That's not nearly enough. I need like 100 of these. Yeah, that's probably going to take a while. That was actually really, really cool when I got the, when I came back, right? The Welcome Back campaign gives you 18 double rewards for Leyline Blossoms. And then the other event was going on at the same time, special event that was also giving you double rewards every day, like 3 times per day. So I had like 6 times per day I had double rewards. That was pretty awesome over the last week. So now it's back to grinding them out normally, I suppose. How many Leyline Blossoms have I done? 9. Alright. Yeah. Well, still need to do the Leeway reputation quests. So let me just go there real quick. And we'll end it here, I think. Let's see. God, I hate it when you have to sneeze really, really quickly. Anyways, hide character. Let's find a cool perspective to end the thing.
Well, let's get the tree in the shot. Maybe like this. That's quite beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, it was a neat stream. I'm always just surprised at how long these main story quests actually take. Obviously, I did a couple of side quests, well, only 2 really, and then there's also a bunch of other stuff going on. So obviously you have, all the exploration to do at the same time, right? So I took a little bit to potentially remember where that cave or whatever is, where I have to place the thing that I got. I hope I find that again. But yeah, it does take quite some time to do the quests, which, again, I'm not really against. It's just pretty crazy to me. I mean, the thing is, I've played Genshin a bunch in the past, so I had a head start on sort of character levels, word levels, adventure rank, and whatnot. But catching back up, oh boy, this game has a lot of stuff, right, that they added over the years, and well, now with 3.1 already being out, there's a bunch of new content that comes in as well, right? So it's actually not that easy to catch up, honestly. I mean, if you're not really somebody who's easily, well, influenced by these gacha mechanics in a game like this is an insane game, right? Because you get so much stuff literally for free, right? This is only really being beaten by the free trial of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV and its award-winning Heavensward expansion. A free trial all the way up to 60. Yeah, that's also a lot of content. But, well, the difference there is that you eventually have to pay, because the story in 14 is so good that if you get into the game, you will want to pay for it. Whereas with Genshin, it's a cool game, and it's cool that it's free, and it has an insane amount of content, especially in terms of world exploration and like grinding up stuff like characters and whatnot. But yeah, it is what it is. It's a neat game, but you have to be made for it, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, though, it was a ton of fun. I do really like playing it. Something about the reward structure and just overall the stuff that you can slowly upgrade. I do like you know what? I think the reason why I like the upgrade system in Genshin is that it strikes a sort of a certain balance in grinding that is very rarely seen these days, because even games like 14 are actually really, really easy to grind, or rather, there really isn't anything to grind, right? There is a lot of stuff to do, right? I mean, 14 has an insane amount of content that you can choose to do, right? Whether it be soloing deep dungeons, ultimates, obviously, ultimate raids, but also other stuff like housing, airships, submarines, what else? There's so much that, farming mounts, whatever, right? But none of those are really, no individual task in 14 is rarely ever grindy, right? I mean, it can be if you're going for all the relic weapons at once, but even those arguably aren't as grindy as you'd think they are. But the thing with Genshin is they strike a really, really cool balance between giving out rewards every now and again. Like there are so many different systems in Genshin that constantly give you stuff, and obviously that's their way of keeping you in the game, right? I mean, that's their ultimate goal, is to keep you in the game and eventually make you spend money on it. So you kind of have to resist the urge to spend money. I find that pretty easy with Genshin, honestly. And so I don't really mind it for myself. But again, that is a consideration that you have to take. If you are, prone to very easily spend money, then you shouldn't play this game. It's as easy as that, right? And sadly, there's no disclaimer for that. And sadly, this game also should be only for above, people that are older than 18, obviously. For that very reason. Because obviously visually and from a story perspective, it's completely fine for like 12-year-olds and whatnot. But as I was saying, the reward structure in Genshin works in a very, very neat way, in where it's insanely grindy. Like when you really consider how long it takes to fully upgrade and equip a character, right? Especially like if you then also consider as a free-to-play player, right, I would have to farm up an insane amount of Primogems and then wait for... So let's say I wanted Deluxe Constellation, right? I would essentially have to farm tens of thousands of Primogems over the course of months to then wait for his banner to show up to then just do, I don't know, 300, 400 wishes on his banner to potentially get 3-4 Deluxe, right, to upgrade his constellation. That is pretty much impossible as a free-to-play player. It's not a big deal. Like, you're not required to have his constellation. It's a PvE game, right? There is no inherent reason to have it. And the cool thing is that, so for example, my by far strongest super that I have on my characters is Zhongling, which is a 4-star character. And I have her constellation almost fully upgraded without ever spending money on it, because the 4-star characters aren't actually that difficult to get. If they have a current, like every wish has, specific 4-star characters with increased drop chances. So if you just if you save a bunch of Primogems for a specific banner, you can actually somewhat easily acquire constellations for a 4-star character, right? So that's definitely a thing that you can do. But the constellation, since it is so connected to the whole wish system, so the gacha system that the game has, the constellation I don't really consider to be part of the grind, right? That's more like a bonus on top if you get lucky. But the actual grind that purely pertains to your gameplay and what you spent the resin on, that is also pretty insane when you really consider it, right? Because one individual character, one single character, which again, there are now 50 or something characters in this game that you can collect. And even I, who hasn't really played beyond 1.2 much and only now returned like a week ago, I have 20 different characters now, I think. Or is it even more than that? And again, for one individual character, you have to level them to 90, which requires a whole lot of these level up materials, right? When you really calculate that through and calculate just the sheer amount of leyline blossoms and whatnot that you have to do, again, for one single character, that's already pretty hefty, right? Then you have to level up their weapon too, right? Purely level it up, which requires level up materials for the weapon, right? Or other weapons to put into it. But then you also have the ascension points in between, right? So it's not a straight level up. You have to have the materials that are required at every point. And especially the last ascensions take a huge number of those materials, right? As you saw, the last ascension for Jean takes 20 of the wind boss enemy materials, which only the boss drops only 2 or 3 per kill, right? So that requires, up to 10 kills of that boss. So that in and of itself, just purely leveling up the weapon and then leveling up the character to the max level already requires an insane amount of time and acquisition of materials and whatnot. Right? Thankfully, with the game giving you a bunch of stuff through the story and through quests as well, and just through exploration, it's a lot of fun to acquire that stuff, right? It's not a mindless grind. You don't actually have to constantly only mindlessly grind away on domains or bosses and whatnot, because there's so much other stuff to do. It's actually quite fun to do it, right? That's the sort of cool balance that Genshin strikes, is this really, really cool combination of both interesting exploration, but also grinding when you want it, right? And the balance there is quite expertly done, actually. So yeah, you do that, but that's not all, because on top of ascending, on top of leveling, you then also have to level up the individual talents of a character, which requires these book materials that are only accessible via domains. So you then also have to grind those with resin, right? And they also, require further and further upgraded materials. And then they also require materials from monsters within the world. So you sometimes have to go out and find those as well. And one individual character has like 10 level ups per talent. So it's 3 talents. Like it's a normal attack damage, the elemental talent on R2, and the triangle super. All 3 can be leveled up, I think, 10 times or something. I mean, I've not actually leveled them up fully on a character yet. And the last, 4 levels or something require materials that are only accessible once per week, and are random drops as well. But that's not all, because that's purely the character level up. Then we're getting into leveling up the artifacts. So every character then also requires 5 artifacts, which can drop with completely random stats on them, right? To a certain degree. There are some that have fixed stats. So the feathers always have attack on them. The flowers always have HP on them. So those are 2 fixed things. The other 3, however, can have completely random stats, and the substats of those artifacts are also random. And then there is a number of different set bonuses that you can acquire as well. And then the individual artifacts can also be enhanced and leveled up, right? Which also takes other artifacts to put into them. So considering all of that for just one character is insane, the amount of grinding that you have to do for that. But again, it is done in such a cool way that you're constantly doing something else. Because there are so many things to level up, you can constantly switch between, now I'm getting money, now I'm getting experience books, now I'm doing a domain, right? Now I'm doing a boss enemy, now I'm farming some random materials in the world, right? And then they do also have systems to, for example, convert certain materials into others, right? Or convert the lower level ones into higher level ones, and so on and so forth. So you're constantly doing something else. And then while doing that, you also progress the story, right? And then you get weeklies, and you can level up your battle pass, and you can do wishes in between, right? Potentially get new characters to look at. And it's such a cool way of constantly introducing you to new stuff, which is just really, really cool, right? And I just really enjoy it and really like it. And it is something that just in this particular form, I feel like doesn't really exist in many games. I mean, sure, I think games like Diablo, for example, or maybe PoE also have a pretty hefty sort of grind attached to them, right? Where you can, I mean, that's the main thing of Diablo, for example, is that you constantly acquire new and better gear, right? And it's almost like a never-ending cycle. So maybe that's somewhat similar, but I've never really personally liked those systems because you don't really have a goal, right? It's well, it's not really random. There are still things that you specifically want for certain builds and whatnot, right? The drops can be random though, but I don't know, it's much more random than Genshin. Genshin is very strict in that. You know exactly what you're working towards, right? You're working towards a max level character with max level talents and max level artifacts, and then the only sort of quote unquote randomness factor in terms of gear is what the substats on the artifacts, right? Which is actually quite minor compared to the rest, especially in terms of the grind you need in order to get them. So it's a much clearer path in Genshin. It's much more like actually leveling up an RPG character to max level or something, just with 100 billion steps in between. And I quite like that, right? It gives you a clear-cut goal to look forward to, and a clear goal of when you're done. And I think that's the most enticing element of it for me personally, is that I know that if I put time in, I can realistically get these characters maxed out and leveled up, right? I'm actually looking forward to the day, under the, obviously I have to keep playing Genshin for that. But I'm currently planning to do so. So, if you plan on playing the game, you can feasibly acquire max level characters where everything's maxed out, so to speak, right? It is a huge grind, but once you get there, you know that you're done, right? It gives you this goal that you can achieve and know when you will achieve it, which to me is completely different to a game, I don't know, like Diablo, where it's, at least in my opinion, feels more random, and it's not that much about a specific goal. It can be, but it's just a very different system, I would say. Well, and that compared to, or also added on to that, is that I don't particularly enjoy the gameplay of Diablo, so that, whereas I do very much enjoy the gameplay of Genshin. Anyways, though, that was a way longer outro than what I wanted to do. That's it for today. Same thing for tomorrow, sadly. I'm not entirely sure when I will be able to start the stream. I really want to go back to Divinity Original Sin as well. I really need to finish that game, but we'll see. Again, now with most of the content, like 14, 6.2 took a bit longer for me to figure out than I had planned to, and then there were also some unforeseen circumstances in my real life that, threw a couple of my plans overboard, actually. So I slowly need to get back into my usual schedule and whatnot. So I hope that I can at least return to Divinity Original Sin this week. It might only be for a couple of hours, like in the morning, maybe on Friday. That would be cool. But I think tomorrow is just going to be pretty similar to today, where I will try to just do a bunch of Genshin stuff off stream, and then on stream I'll be continuing with the story, I think. As well as I can. Yeah. So that's going to be the plan for tomorrow. It's been a ton of fun, as always, and maybe I'll see you on the next one. Until then, have a great rest of your evening, morning, day, wherever you are. Bye-bye!